Oh, boy. Yes, sir?
I will take this new Taos S.
Oh, great. And you get maintenance, no charge.
For 30,000 miles, yes, I know all about it.
It's the grand opening of the all-new Volkswagen of Spring.
But yeah, Chad Smith and Will Ferrell get mistaken for each other quite a bit.
And I'm secretly hoping that I run into Chad Smith when I go to Montauk.
Yes.
I'm like, I really hope that he's out and about and I can say hi.
I'll bet you could be, if you walked up to him and told him, hey, we were on this interview, remember your son was in the background?
Yeah.
He would totally remember, and I bet you he'd be down with hanging out with you.
Yeah, like when he was in Stone Harbor, he was taking pictures with everybody. He jumped on stage. Like,
so cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you guys seen the trailer for The Shrink Next Door? It's Will Ferrell and Paul Rudd, and I think it takes place at some point in the 80s, and it looks like kind of a dark comedy. Paul Rudd plays a shrink, and Will Ferrell plays somebody who's a little bit disturbed and messed up, and he goes to see Paul Rudd as his therapist. But it looks really good. It comes out on Apple Plus later this year.
Do you know it's a wild Will Ferrell movie that we actually had him on to promote it. The movie is in Spanish, but it's done like an old sort of Mexican gunslinger movie, and it's a comedy. And it's very funny.
Do you remember what it's called?
I forget the name of it, but it's just a really unique movie. Kind of came and went.
I just love
there
how,
it is. Yeah.
Oh,
Casa de Padre.
Yeah, De Mi Padre, House of My Father. That's wild. Okay.
Yeah, and it's everything is spot on. Perfect. It is a perfect parody.
I just love how willing he is to experiment. I mean, he did the Lifetime movie, did he not?
Yeah. Where they it's a parody of those.
Oh, it's a parody. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Will is 54 today. Ed Kowalczyk of Live.
Yeah.
And it's a big birthday for him. He turns 50 years old today.
Wow.
Ed, we've encountered him several times throughout the years. Always a nice guy. Good interview. Great band. Great front man.
Kind of the alt dude du jour for a while.
He was the he was the lead singer for a while. Has a real unique look about him. Real kinetic on stage.
Intense.
Great singer. He is 50 years old today. Another fantastic singer turns 50 years old today. Corey Feldman.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Jesus. Honestly, so good.
We haven't heard this song in a while.
I'm singing now.
I'll say this now. Kathy's a better singer than Corey Feldman.
That's a bold statement.
I know.
Man.
hey, Steve.
But he turns 50 years old. But you got to give it to him for his earlier acting career. He is so great in Stand By Me. He's so great in The Goonies. He's great in The Lost Boys. I mean, he really had it, you know?
We had actually attempted a sort of come to Jesus encounter with him, and why not focus on all that stuff? Who will ever forget that iconic appearance on the Today Show with that Kitty Kitty song?
Yep.
I mean, come on!
I can't believe you remember the name of that.
Kitty Kitty. Everyone was aghast.
Terrible. Are we still blocked from him?
Sure are.
On Twitter?
Wow.
Oh, my God.
That's a shame.
We tried to help.
Yeah, all right. Well, he turns 50 years old today, Corey Feldman. The great Stuart Copeland celebrates his birthday today. Stuart Copeland, one of my all-time favorite drummers, turns 69 years old. Not only that, he's a composer. That's mainly what he does now is composing.
He actually did a piece of music that I love, which was the TV theme to The Equalizer.
Oh,
I didn't know
I've
that.
never heard it. It's really cool.
He was just in our area, was it 2 weekends ago? With Oysterhead performing.
They were in town?
Yeah, they were at the Peach Festival.
So Oysterhead is Stuart Copeland, Trey Anastasio, and Les Claypool.
Wow.
And they're this weird little, powerhouse threesome of insanely talented musicians. Their music's quirky, but it's cool.
Yeah. Quick question with Stuart Copeland. So, is his stick holding more traditional, or I know
that's exactly what it's called. It's called the traditional grip.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So
look at me.
His left hand is it goes between his the stick goes between his middle finger and ring finger, and that's called traditional grip. And mainly jazz players play like that, but a handful of rock players play like that.
Instead of the matched grip, right?
Correct. Well done. Yes. There's match grip. There's
kung fu grip.
There's the French grip and German or American grip. Yeah. There's a few different ones.
The key grip.
The key grip. Who holds the lights. Yeah. You know that guy. But Stuart Copeland, outstanding drummer, 69 years old today. Michael Flatley.
Oh, Riverdance.
The Lord of the Dance himself. Turned 63 today. But yeah, Riverdance, remember when that was a big thing?
It was huge. And then, so he had Riverdance, and then I remember that he lost the rights to that and did another riff on it. And at one point, there were like 18 different types of rivers and dancing going on.
God, you know what? Speaking of dancing, and I always say every year that they show the promo for this, I'm going to go to it, and I never do. It's that Asian troupe that do these unbelievably big numbers, and I'm like, I'm going to it, I'm going to go, and I never go.
So yes, I agree 1,000%. It looks fantastic.
Yes, the colors.
That is the school, basically, or that's the discipline that yielded great martial arts stars like Jackie Chan and Sammo Hung and all of these people, because they learned dance and martial arts and all that stuff from that group, and they do incredible stuff.
But Shen Yun, is that
yes,
that's
it.
It looks amazing. Wait a minute, Nick pulled up these YouTube videos and it says, "Is Shen Yun a cult?"
Oh boy.
Okay, well, whatever, man.
No, it's a pretty cult.
Yeah. Well, anything that's where you have to work really, really, really hard, nonstop, all the time for it is probably, you could throw some cult accusations.
Listen, they give them rice and beans and water.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're good?
They're good.
All right, well, anyhow, the Lord of the Dance and River Dance creator, Michael Flatley, is 63 today.
I want to see Delaware River Dance.
Delaware River Dance? And then last, Annalyn McCord, who was on 90210.
Wait, who's that?
I don't know.
She was the...
she was the new 90210.
She just came out about, Kathy, about legitimately having multiple personality disorder.
Oh, that's her,
yes. Right, yes.
I liked
she's worked her way through it. Yeah, she's good.
I also liked that show. I wish that would have lasted.
I did, too. I watched it.
She was on Nip Tuck as well. She is 34 today. All right, to the phones we go. See if somebody knows what Navin Johnson invented. 215-263 WMMR. Let's go to Shannon. Good morning, Shannon.
Monkey Pickup.
Yes.
Monkey Pickup.
Classic one. All right. What did Navin Johnson invent?
The optograph.
Optograph. You got it. Hang on a second. Steve Martin's character from The Jerk. A little device so you could put your glasses on with. So, Shannon, we are going to give you a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card, and you can discover their shrimp rangoon salmon, wood-grilled salmon, topped with creamy shrimp rangoon and finished in a sweet chili sauce, or their Key West tuna and pineapple glazed shrimp paired with a refreshing watermelon martini. You can visit bonefishgrill.com. All right, it looks like Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck are in the market for a new house.
Yeah.
That's the word. TMZ reported that they're saying here Bennifer 2.0. Okay, whatever.
Stop it.
So they spent Thursday house hunting in LA's upscale Homely Hills neighborhood,
which is super ritzy.
Sources told the outlet that the couple checked out at least 3 mansions, including a $65 million, 31,000 square foot home.
Tell me, how are the schools in this area?
With 8 bedrooms and 12 bathrooms.
Oh, my God.
31,000 square feet.
Come on, for basically
like
2 people and some kids.
A giant house is 10,000 square feet. It's already a giant house.
God, yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
And then you triple that.
We went to a 10,000 when we were looking at homes, and finally ended up where we are now. We went to a number of different places. We went to one real estate listing. Now, we didn't look at the square footage and everything. It was 10,000 square feet, Preston. I walked in and I just started laughing when I went in with, for us?
Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest house I've ever been to that was lived in, like people lived there and it was, one of their homes was 18,000. And I mean, I felt like I was at a resort.
Right.
And so
this is almost twice.
Twice that.
Yeah.
Dear God.
That's what they're looking at. So.
I mean, you could be in this house and like we were there with the owners and I didn't run into them.
You could, in a 31,000 square foot home, you could live there for a year without seeing the other person if you wanted to.
I saw them out. I saw them out at the pool. Like I said, it was almost like it was a resort. Like we had our own wing. Like not even, it was a bedroom, it was a bathroom, it was like a little mini kitchen. Yeah. And even when we would come downstairs, like I'd be like, oh, there they are out of the pool, and we'd go out to the pool and hang out with them.
To move into a house, don't you want at least some sense of family that you occasionally see family members?
Yeah, but you know what? This specific family, they build their houses because they have No, but they have a big family. They have adult children, so their adult children can come and bring their families and not feel like the grandparents are on top of them.
But Ben and Jen, they got all that money. Yeah,
go for it.
Might as well do something with it. So, nonetheless, that's what they're doing. Machine Gun Kelly was a fan of his girlfriend Megan Fox before they met, and he admits that he once had a poster of the actress from a GQ photo shoot hanging in his teenage bedroom.
God, that's a great story.
He even has a tattoo from the Transformers movie that she starred in. So Kelly calls it full circle.
Yeah, it is full circle.
He had such a big crush on her that one of his high school friends thought back then that he would marry her one day.
Did you see the pictures of her? She appeared on Jimmy Kimmel. Arsenio was guest hosting. You know, she looks fantastic. I mean, she I think she may have tamped down on some of the stuff she's had done, but she looks really good.
Good, because I've seen her look less than fantastic.
Right,
because she's tinkered with her face too much.
Exactly.
But he revealed these facts in the August issue of GQ. Jason Biggs sent a personal apology to Courtney Stodden for the cruel comments that he made about her online.
Well, that's big of him.
In the message,
It wasn't even prompted.
In the message, the American Pie star told the reality personality that he is attempting to lead a clean and sober life, and as part of that, he is taking accountability for his past decisions.
I read the note, and it was, and Courtney Stodden made mention of the fact that it was what she would deem a sincere note.
So, yeah, she shared it on Twitter and then took the opportunity to jab at Chrissy Teigen, who they previously criticized for only making a public apology rather than a private one in order to save her endorsement deals. They wrote, "This is what a personal apology looks like. Everyone makes mistakes, but not everyone takes real accountability."
Was making amends? I'm sorry, Casey.
Yeah, no, that sounds like it. But it was, okay, so do we know if his comments were, like, at her?
They were jokey. They were
like, did he at her?
I don't know.
Okay. I mean, not that there is a difference, right? But there's a little bit of a difference, right? So, like,
Chrissy Teigen's were directed at Courtney
her.
Stodden.
And that's a terrible thing to do. But listen, I speak from experience. It sucks when you get called out for some of the crappy things that he said. Yeah.
And I assume he's in a few steps of a program now, and this is part of the deal, right, Case? It makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's up to you to decide, you know, what things you have to make amends for, and you have to do it, you know, and you have to decide whether or not it's going to actually do more harm to make the amends, and it doesn't sound like it is going to do that here. No. But
she appears to be touched by the effort.
Yeah.
Sharna Burgess, who penned a heartfelt tribute to Brian Austin Green in honor of his 48th birthday yesterday. The dancer, she's a dancer.
I thought she was a singer.
No, she's a singer?
No, she's a dancer.
No, she was a dancer. Jinx, oh my God!
She wrote the mushy caption to go along with the slideshow of childhood photos of the former Beverly Hills 90210 star. "You are my best friend and my favorite human. It's hard to imagine before you because this somehow feels like it just always was."
I assume she's his girlfriend.
I don't know. "I truly never knew that it could be like this, that my happiness could find a whole new level. I love you. That life and love and all things in between could feel so inexplicably deep and connected and transparent and right.
I love you.
Loving you is the easiest thing
I'm bored.
I've ever done, and I'll celebrate your existence today and all days in all the ways, always."
Wow, man, it's beautiful.
Cut to 6 months from now.
Get out of here! You alcoholic loser!
Yes. Yeah, how long have they been together?
Oh, they've been Instagram officials since January.
I
6 months. Yeah, 6-7 months.
I never thought it could be like this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Remember on the original 90210, Kathy, he was the DJ in the school.
Yep.
He was the radio guy.
I remember.
And then the hip hop guy.
I never watched that show, but I remember seeing a clip of him in a radio studio, and he had like a goofy hat on.
Oh,
he was
yeah.
doing the stereotypical crazy DJ stuff.
Right, and they had a window in the hallway as you walk past, so you could see him DJing out.
All right, well, anyhow, they're in love.
I love you.
Apparently.
I love you.
Dove Cameron.
Oh, man, now we're talking.
I dove you. I dove you, Dove.
She's in the new Schmegadoon.
Exactly. So she opened up to People in People magazine it's called People in 10 on Thursday.
The hell is that?
About how her life has changed since coming out as queer. The Schmigadoon star said.
Dove Cameron, she came out?
Yeah.
I can't keep up with this.
About a month or so ago. So she said, I've always allowed myself to be more seen and supported and held than I had previously. I've always been exactly the same, like I never pretended to be anything that I wasn't. Cameron, who came out as bisexual, I was more than a month ago, it was in 2020, before telling the Gay Times that the queer label suits her better, added, I feel like I'm having my life more bare, which feels really vulnerable, but I'm also trying to be okay with that.
I feel good.
Yep. Julia Roberts' 16-year-old daughter made her red carpet debut at the Cannes Film Festival on Saturday.
It was the James Cannes Film Festival. It was a little smaller.
Hazel Motor accompanied her parents to the screening of Sean Penn's thriller Flag Day, which her father, Danny Motor, served as the cinematographer.
So they were motoring, right, Kate? You've got it. You know you've got it there.
I wasn't even ready.
Yeah.
Hazel Motor.
I threw that at
Danny
you.
Motor. Yeah, they're...
Where the hell is there? It is.
Yeah! Thank you, New Jersey.
The teen wore a lace shirt dress and black Mary Janes as she walked the red carpet with her family.
No Crocs?
No. No.
She looks a little Julia Roberts-ish.
She looks young. I mean,
Young,
she looks like
yeah.
a 16-year-old. So this movie, Flag Day, is a Sean Penn movie, like you said, Preston, and it's getting incredibly great reviews. And Eddie Vedder did the music for it. I haven't heard any of it yet, but he and Sean Penn have worked together in the past. They did Into the Wild together, and so Eddie apparently penned a few songs for this movie.
He wanted to do the music to Schmigadoon.
That's it.
The description says, the father lives a double life as a counterfeiter, bank robber, and con man in order to provide for his daughter.
Apparently got an 8-minute standing ovation at Cannes.
So this is like a Breaking Bad kind of thing?
I don't know anything about it. All I know is that Sean Penn directed it.
8 minutes. That's a lot of clapping.
That's too much, I think, right?
They were actually they were handing out salve and stuff and ointment so people could complete
Continue
the final
clapping.
3 minutes of clapping.
Film producer Dylan Jordan was arrested yesterday for allegedly running a prostitution ring across the U.S. and abroad.
Uh-oh.
According to the Manhattan Federal Prosecutor's Office, he's also accused of money laundering for using 2 front companies to conceal the money that he made illegally.
And who's this guy?
Jordan, who produced films such as The Kindergarten Teacher, starring Maggie Gyllenhaal and Ethan Hawke, and the Ethan Hawke movie The Kid, faces up to 50 years in federal prison if he is found guilty on all
I
counts.
recognize the
I have
picture
no
when
idea
I saw
who
him.
he is.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of him on various celebrity and
Is he like
TMZ.
a power player?
He is a player.
Okay.
He's a producer.
Yeah, not of extraordinary power, but he's up there.
All right.
A documentary on the life of late celebrity chef and TV travel host Anthony Bourdain is opening in theaters today, and the filmmaker is getting some criticism for having using artificial intelligence to recreate Bourdain's voice. On top of that, he didn't disclose it in the film. Morgan Neville, who never met Bourdain, used content from archival audio and video, as well as the AI technology, telling The New Yorker that he, quote, created an AI model of Bourdain's voice to supplement quotes of his that there were no recordings of.
So I was listening to there was a clip available this morning, and I didn't include it because there's really no point of reference where you're like, oh my God, But if you want to grab it, Mercy, you can. These apparently were things that Bourdain had written down, and he had the AI say it.
Right.
So, but I don't know. It's kind of weird, I guess.
He said if you watch the film, you probably don't know what the other lines are that were spoken by the AI, and you're not going to know. We can have a documentary ethics panel about it later. Some of the critics tweeted that Bourdain himself would have hated this being done. Roadrunner, a film about Anthony Bourdain, is opening 3 years after Bourdain died by suicide at age 61. Amazon is packing 2 more celebrities into its Alexa digital assistant starting today. You're going to have Alexa speak in the voices of Shaquille O'Neal or Melissa McCarthy, replacing Alexa's default female voice. Owners of Alexa devices can ask Shaq or McCarthy to tell them the weather, play songs, tell jokes, read poems or stories, and more, like asking Shaq to rap or soliciting a funny story from McCarthy.
So we have samples of these, Preston, and here's something I want to suggest is what they need to work on is an AI for Alexa that will stop it from responding to on your television mentions of it. So you ever have that happen where yeah somebody will bring up Amazon on TV and your devices all go off.
The O'Neill and McCarthy voices for Alexa are available to customers in the U.S. for $4.99 each. For Amazon, the deals are designed to add another selling point to its family of Echo smart speakers and other Alexa-enabled devices, as well as generating some incremental revenue. Samuel L. Jackson, whose trademark four-letter patter made him the top-selling digital purchase on Amazon.com the day it launched in the fall of 2019 for an introductory price of 99 cents. Amazon subsequently quintupled the amount of explicit phrases for Jackson's Alexa voice option based on customer demand, and they later raised the price of $4.99. Shaq, reflecting on the popularity of Samuel L. Jackson's voice, said, "I don't have an explicit version, but it's pretty close." And training Alexa to speak in O'Neill's voice took about 60 hours total over 3 months.
Oh my God.
They built a recording studio in Shaq's house for the project. He said it was like reading out of the dictionary. He said it was the most difficult thing I've ever done. Some days he spent up to 8 hours recording words, phrases, and sentences. And he said that he added his own flavor to the recordings, occasionally ad-libbing. He said, I had to shacken him up. Some of the phrases, he said, some of the things they wanted me to say were too corporate, and it wasn't the way that I talk.
So we have,
change it. Yes.
If you ask, you can ask your Alexa to tell you a joke, and we have Shaq's Alexa voice telling you a joke.
How did the center find out he was being benched? He got tipped off.
It's hilarious. And then Melissa McCarthy. Let's play a little bit of her. Here we go.
Hey, remember when you said to set that alarm for you? This is the alarm going off. So you've been alarmed.
I like that. All right, and then we have a clip of Anthony Bourdain of the AI.
You were successful, and I am successful, and I'm wondering, are you happy?
Yeah, no big deal.
I think it's no big deal. Yeah,
exactly.
Ain't no thing. It ain't like Shaq's joke, which was awesome.
Right? Gigi Hadid has replaced Chrissy Teigen as the narrator for Paxton's Inner Voice for Season 2 of Never Have I Ever. People reports that Teigen, who was originally set to voice the episode, decided to leave the show in June following the hubbub that she's been going through. So I have no idea. Has anybody ever watched Never Have I Ever?
No.
I don't.
Never have I ever watched it.
Never have I either. Deadline reports that Antonio Banderas is the latest actor to join Harrison Ford, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, and Mads Mikkelsen for the 5th installment of the Indiana Jones franchise.
He seems like a good addition.
Yeah, I have no idea where they want to place him in this film.
He's playing Puss in Boots, Preston.
Oh, he should.
I'm not working with a cat.
Production is currently underway with the film set to debut July 29th of next year. According to Deadline, Robert Downey Jr. will take on his first starring television role in HBO's The Sympathizer. The show is an adaptation of the Pulitzer Prize-winning novel of the same name. It's about the struggles of a half-French, half-Vietnamese communist spy during the final days of the Vietnam War.
Same old story.
And his exile in the United States. The outlet reports that a worldwide search is underway for the lead role and the rest of the predominantly Vietnamese cast. So I don't know who he will play in that.
Tony Stark.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great? So he's...
Don't let it go.
He's doing a TV program.
I think he should play, no matter what it is, even if it's a period piece, like the War of 1812, he's Tony Stark.
That'd be great.
Right, just keep it going.
I wonder if he'll show up at any point in the MCU again.
He is. He's actually slated to, Nick. There's a... when they do there's another version of Iron Man in which it's a young girl who is.
Well, I know that What If is coming out, but I mean, like, Robert Downey Jr. showing up on film in Doctor Strange,
right.
multiverse or whatever, just in a flashback or something along those lines.
Hey, look, well, Michael Keaton's coming back as Batman in the DC universe.
There was a line from him. It's one of my favorites in. I think it's in Spider-Man: Homecoming, and it's just this throwaway thing. It's so funny. It's when Peter Parker, they have to they're doing the recap of what happened in Civil War.
Yeah.
And they're in the car together. So we need to make a fake video for Aunt May, to pretend like So he goes, "Hey, May, how you doing? Hope you're wearing something skimpy." And then he starts cracking up. And I don't know why, that just his delivery is so great.
Well, it's funny you should mention that because
cracks me up.
I was watching Jeff Bridges. I've mentioned this before. GQ has this. If you subscribe to their YouTube page, they have all these actors talking about their iconic roles. And he talks about the original Iron Man working with Robert Downey Jr. and Jon Favreau and all getting together. The original script was a lot more like, "I'm Iron Man." And they sat and riffed dialogue to tamp it down and to imprint Robert Downey Jr. on that and give it a little bit more of the edge. And I think that's really what sold that movie.
Yeah, totally. All right, talk about a movie and selling it. This is so stupid. Lifetime announced yesterday that Harry and Meghan Escaping the Palace will premiere Monday, September 6th. They had the trailer. Oh, my God.
I sent it to you. I love how bad these things are. The movie about them meeting and falling in love and getting married was hilarious.
Steve, and the voiceover on this is like, it is the most serious thing in the world. Harry and Meghan escaping the palace. I mean, like, they're really throwing the drama on this. It looks ridiculous.
Well, the incorporation of Snake Plissken, I thought, was interesting.
The TV movie will focus on Meghan's growing isolation and sadness, their disappointment that the firm was not defending them against the press's attacks, and Harry's fear that history would repeat itself and he would not be able to protect his wife and son from the same forces that may have contributed to his mother's untimely death.
And I think the choice of Steve Harvey as Oprah is kind of an inspired bit of casting.
The Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be played by Jordan Dean and Sidney Morton.
And they really don't look nothing like them.
Let's see. All right, so I never report on Real Housewives stuff because I just But this one I have to mention. The Real Housewives franchise is expanding to include an original holiday movie set to stream on Peacock later this year.
Okay, thanks for bringing up Peacock. I was watching Peacock last night.
Me too.
And it is a nightmare to navigate. I love Peacock. I love the content. But all the buttons that control the remote one way do absolutely the opposite when you're in Peacock.
Okay. Well, so I do mine on a Roku, so my remote is different. So you're doing it right from Xfinity.
The Xfinity remote.
Okay.
And Peacock has a ton of great content.
It does.
Yeah.
What'd you watch?
I was watching The Munsters.
Okay.
It's not very intuitive. I got rid of it. I couldn't take it anymore.
So anyhow, Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, the star, Kyle Richards, will star alongside Breaking Bad alum Betsy Brandt.
This is going to be great.
In the Real Housewives of the North Pole.
It's Santa Claus?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like Betsy Brandt.
The Hollywood Reporter writes that the two will star as the Christmas queens of North Pole, North Pole, Vermont, who get into a friendship-ending argument that sparks a town-wide feud.
Bastards. So the one of the women was from a show that I really thought was funny called Life in Pieces. And she's a real actress. I don't think she's a real housewife, though.
Yeah, well, they lost me at Real Housewives. So, did you guys see this? Jennifer Carpenter is going to appear in the Dexter revival as Deborah Morgan. Yeah. It is suspected that she will be featured in a flashback sequence. And spoiler alert, her character was killed off in the show's finale. So
I don't remember that. I just remember him riding off on a boat into a it was terrible.
You were not happy with the wrap-up of the series.
But I'm saying he's riding off on a boat, and I just kind of glanced over, and I see Nick Murphy in the corner of my eye. He's so mad. He's giving me the thumbs down. He's so pissed. I'm pissed because it was a good series, and her story arc was really, really good. But I don't even how unceremoniously did they kill her off? Because I don't even remember that.
I was watching this documentary, and it was basically the gist of it is the right way to kill off heroes and villains, and the wrong way, the unceremonious way. And one of the ways one of the deaths they brought up, Preston, was Han Solo in The Force Awakens.
Yeah,
it's like. What?
Right.
You've got to realize, you got to read the room and realize what these characters mean. By the way, she's awesome. She's great in. I watched the Exorcism of Emily Rose, and she's tremendous. She's a great actress.
One final story. HBO reportedly paid James Gandolfini $3 million to turn down Steve Carell's role in The Office.
Yeah.
What?
During the latest episode of Talking Sopranos, host Michael Imperioli and Steve Sharippa revealed to guest Ricky Gervais that the late Sopranos star had been in talks to join The Office after Carell left and before James Spader joined the cast. And according to Sharippa, Gandolfini was offered up to $3 million to join the NBC sitcom, but HBO paid him, or I'm sorry, he was offered $4 million, but HBO paid him $3 million to not do it.
Wow. That's a hell of a deal.
Yeah. So and,
That's my stapler.
Gervais joked, so they paid him that to keep the legacy of The Sopranos pure. But yeah, he could have gone over there.
The movie with his son as a young Tony Soprano, has that officially been released yet?
No. It's I think we just got the trailer, so it releases in theaters and HBO Max on October 1st.
All right.
Many Saints of Newark.
Yeah, it looks really good.
All right. Speaking of movies and such, there's some new ones opening this weekend, so we got to dive into that. We'll start with Space Jam: The New Legacy, comedy, adventure, fantasy, starring LeBron James, Don Cheadle, and Zendaya. The plot is when LeBron James and his young son Dom are trapped in a digital space by a rogue AI, LeBron must get them home safe by leading Bugs, Lola Bunny, and the whole gang of notoriously undisciplined Looney Tunes to victory over the AI's digitized champions on the court. A powered-up roster of professional basketball stars as you've never seen them before. It's an hour and 55 minutes long, rated PG. It's a wide release in theaters and streaming today. Rotten Tomatoes score gives it a 38%. Then you have the movie Pig. It's a mystery and a thriller. Stars Nicolas Cage, Steve Tisch, Dory A. Rath. Living alone in Oregon wilderness, a truffle hunter returns to Portland to find the person who stole his beloved pig. Hour and 32 minutes long, rated R, limited theater release today. Rotten Tomatoes score, 98%.
Yeah, I'm all in on Pig.
Huge.
It's basically, they're calling it the John Wick of movies for pigs.
Nicolas Cage does some terrible, terrible movies, but he is a great actor, and every now and then these roles appear for him, and this one looks like one where he's being a great actor in a great movie with a really good script.
Well, you know what happens? And I was reading a lot of the reviews, Nick, and they're saying the movie owes its success, and you never hear these words applied, to Nicolas Cage's metered performance.
Well, exactly. Okay. Yeah. It's, Andy Samberg did that impression of him where it was, either a yelling rage or a quiet whisper, and he does that in a lot of his movies. But when he is subtle, when he allows the space between to be the acting, then he's great.
Can you do me a favor and see if there's any correlation between the movie Pig and the movie Mandy? Like if it's the same producer, same director, or whatever.
That's a good movie too. Another Nicolas Cage movie.
It takes a little while, but man, it is dark and it's kind of like the pacing is really weird. But
yeah, he goes out there for some projects.
Yeah,
Mandy.
I
don't know anything about that.
She came and she gave without taking.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's it about?
It's a revenge movie. There's just there's like a messed up cult of people, and they end up like killing his girlfriend Mandy, and he goes out for revenge. But it's lit really, really darkly. It's very trippy.
Well, Pig is sort of that way as well. So it is a revenge movie. He's got this past, and it's I love a good revenge movie.
Okay.
It doesn't look like there's any correlation though.
All right. Well, we're ready for clips now, so let's get to that. Lola Bunny received a major makeover for her 2021 on-screen appearance now that she is far less sexualized. Zendaya talks about her character's strong points. Here we go.
She's one of the best players on the team, and she holds everybody together. And I think she's a key member into, helping out LeBron and getting them out of a very sticky situation. So, she's kind of like the brains of the operation.
I don't give a
Quick question on this. So these Looney Tunes characters for kids now, do they hold any import?
Yeah, I remember my son watching Looney Tunes growing up, and some of the time it was, Looney Tunes from the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, and sometimes it was Space Jam era stuff. So, I mean, I don't love Space Jam either, the first one, but there is timeless comedy when it comes to the Looney Tunes.
I will respectfully disagree, and I think what holds more weight in this is the NBA stars than anything else. So,
that's what I was gathering.
My son's not like, oh my God, like Bugs Bunny, Porky Pig is no, but like LeBron and all these other stars, and I think the same thing for your son Nick, because he's huge into the NBA. That is more, I think the draw on this one.
So Space Jam: A New Legacy is now streaming on HBO Max. Here's the next clip for you. Everyone who made it out of the first escape room returns for the next film. Here, Logan Miller shares his first reaction to the script.
First reaction was great because, I got to see the continuation of what we had created 2 years prior. And I had a good sit down with Adam before we started production and was just like, how can we evolve this character in the best way possible? Ben was somebody who was kind of a cynical guy who kind of gave up on life.
I don't even know who the hell you are.
Escape Room Tournament of Champions premieres today, by the way, and that's part of our Word of the Week prize.
Again, I did enjoy the first one. I thought it was well constructed, and there's some brutal escape rooms in that movie.
All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the entertainment report for you this morning. We have some movie screening passes to give away. Next Wednesday, the movie Old, M. Night Shyamalan film, is going to be playing, and it will be at the AMC Fashion District. So next Wednesday at 7 p.m., if you are free to go, we can take callers 10, 11, and 12 right now. 215-263 WMMR. Set you up to go see that movie. It's rated PG-13. It's in theaters nationwide on July 23rd. So next Wednesday, 7 p.m., AMC Fashion District, the movie Old from M. Night Shyamalan. Let's get you on board. We'll take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The MM Army is coming to your neighborhood. Join the MM Army and Steve Morrison at Acme Markets on Bethlehem Pike in Flourtown today from noon to 2. Win cool prizes and find out more about Big Brothers Big Sisters independence and how you can make a difference in a child's life.
All right, the Parks Sportsbook is the official sportsbook partner of The Real Sports Fan. Best for that little meal you want to prepare. It's time to delve into the world of food.
It's time for the Connoisseur, the weekend edition.
We got some good stuff for you. Let's start with cookies.
There you go.
Always a good place to begin, right?
Yes.
So Nestle has unveiled its lineup of fall cookie dough flavors, and they now include 4 new bites.
4 cookie dough flavors. All right.
A new morsel flavor.
Yeah.
So there's 4 new bites, a new morsel flavor, and 1 returning fan favorite. First is the Nestle Toll House pumpkin spice cookie dough. Interesting. I don't hate that.
I'm not opposed to pumpkin spice at all. That would be worth exploring.
It features a sweet pumpkin and spice flavored dough with premier white morsels.
I'm not such a big fan of white morsels. White chocolate.
The second new offering is PB&J cookie dough.
Okay.
Which is peanut butter cookie dough and strawberry flavored pieces. Ooh, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the third is Nestle's cinnamon roll cookie dough.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cinnamon is it's like the Pope, infallible.
Yeah, it almost sounds like a snickerdoodle. You know?
Sugar flavored dough and cream cheese flavored pieces. That ain't no snickerdoodle.
No, but I thought I heard cinnamon in there somewhere.
Yeah, it is. It's cinnamon roll cookie dough.
Okay.
But it includes cream cheese flavored pieces. And the final offering is Trick or Treats cookie dough with sprinkles shaped like ghosts and bats. The Break and Bake pumpkin spice.
Break and Bake.
PB&J and Trick or Treats cookie dough flavors will be sold in 14-ounce packages starting in August, while the cinnamon roll cookie dough will be sold in an oblong 16-ounce package. All the treats will sell for about $3 each. You know what I had not that long ago? Rochelle had bought, you remember for ages, we would eat raw cookie dough.
Yes.
Which you're not supposed to.
But you do anyway.
But we would buy that 5-pound bucket.
The tub, yeah.
And never cook not one cookie.
Why would you?
But now they make the edible cookie dough pieces.
What do you
know
think?
They're really good.
Are they?
They're almost like you would have a hard time telling the difference.
Distinguishing. Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, we took them. I took them as a little snack the other day.
Yeah.
Preston, let me ask you a question about cooking and food ingredients in general, because you mentioned cream cheese in there, and to me, cream cheese should not end up in desserts, and yet it does.
What?
Well, I mean,
what?
It doesn't seem to me like it inherently a dessert. I don't know. It's antithetical in my brain, and then I have it in a dessert, and I totally understand it. I guess, right?
Cheesecake. Or we make this apple dip.
Okay.
With brown sugar and cinnamon and stuff like that, and caramel in it. And all you got to do is you add a little sugar to cream cheese.
Yeah.
Bro.
And it's
You're good to go, bro.
All right. So is it the chip in this dessert in the new cookie?
Yes.
The chip itself is made out of cream cheese.
Well, in the cinnamon roll one.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes. So, it works. You add some sugar to cream cheese, dude. It's fantastic.
All right.
And it's very desserty.
The introduction of these flavors for autumn, for fall, for that time of year when you start to relax your summer dieting a little bit because you want to stay, you're out and about, you're wearing, more revealing clothing and so on and so forth.
Right.
But as you start to move into the hibernation months, you tend to indulge a little bit more. I can see these all being a hit.
You have to put on a layer of fat for the winter.
To protect yourself.
Stay warm.
Collect walnuts.
Yeah, exactly. Like walnuts.
Well, it's wintertime.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I like those grizzly bears that they fatten up. And,
they do. They hibernate. They put on about 60 extra pounds. In fact, this year we have to remember to...
Fat Bear Week?
Fat Bear Week.
Oh, we should do Fat Us Week.
Yeah. They do way more than 60 pounds.
Oh, they do way more.
Yeah.
All right, so that's one of the things. What else do I have here for you? This will be nice. This is food and clothing together. Panera Bread last week released a line of swim-related merchandise.
Edible?
Centered around the restaurant chain's soups, specifically the broccoli and cheddar soup. The St. Louis-based brand soup has hundreds of copycat recipes on the internet and is a cult favorite among fans. We've actually done 2 soup knockoff recipes that are supposed to be like the
Panera,
and they turned out great. We did both the broccoli cheddar and the onion soup, and I think they're fantastic.
Their onion soup is excellent. Their tomato soup is excellent, and their black bean soup is excellent.
Now, but one of their most popular ones is the broccoli cheddar. Have you had that?
Yes, I like it.
It's really good.
Yeah.
So the new collection includes 2 one-piece swimsuits and 2 patterned swim trunks. The first set, one piece and 1 set of trunks, has a pattern of illustrated broccoli and cheddar with turquoise background. I need to get this for my son Parker because he almost exclusively eats their broccoli cheddar soup.
What I like about that is we're looking at the collection, Preston. It's suitable for the beach and or like a solemn event like a funeral.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to get him a pair of these trunks. The other set is emblazoned with the word soup.
Yeah.
And the brand's logo in Panera's signature green and yellow. The company even created a circular pool float in the shape and design of its famous bread bowl, giving customers a chance to fully embody their favorite soup by wearing the patterned swimsuit and floating in the bread bowl float.
What they need to do is make an actual floating bread bowl for you in your pool that you can just kind of sample and eat as you're floating around.
This isn't the first time that they've done a marketing campaign around its soup, but it's the first merchandising line. Panera previously released a commercial centered around its soup with The Office star Phyllis Smith, who's a fellow St. Louis native. The merchandise can be purchased at swimsoups.com.
I like that.
Great.
So you often, like, I do the you pick too. You know, the soup.
Yeah,
and
I do that a lot too.
It's a perfect meal.
Yep, exactly.
And then I eat my bathing suit and go home.
Love me some Panera. So you can go to swimsoups.com if you're a huge fan.
Like it.
Yep. All right, on to beverages. With memories of the 1985 new Coke debacle somehow still fresh, the announcement that the taste of Coke Zero is changing has regular drinkers on edge. One suggested Coca-Cola have a backup plan before demanding it stop messing with a good thing.
Oh, yeah. Chuck loves the Coke Zero, Pepsi Zero. He loves that.
A lot of
stuff.
people
Yeah.
do, yes.
Yeah. I can sort of take it or leave it. Ideally, it's the same thing as Diet Coke, right?
It does taste a little different.
There's
something.
It's just what I'm saying is the sugar substitute is the only thing that's different, right?
It is. I think it's different. To me, if you're going to do it, and I so rarely drink soda these days like that, I'll have it more as a dessert. And if I'm going to have it as a dessert, I'm just going to have regular Coke.
The revelation was made Tuesday on the New York Times. With a tweet saying Coca-Cola Zero Sugar is getting a new can design and a new formula. The remodeled version is rolling out this month per the Washington Post and will reach full distribution in August.
But you're right, Nick, in the sense that the taste is different, and that's why I think Chuck likes the Coke Zero more so than the Diet Coke, because to him, at least the Coke Zero, the Pepsi Zero tastes a little bit more like
regular sugar.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then to me, that's the success of Diet Dr. Pepper. Is that it really approximates the taste of the regular Dr. Pepper, and I do not like sugar substitutes. I can't stand.
Yep, I hate them too.
Right, and
They're too sweet.
They're either too sweet or too chemical.
They're too chemical to my taste, Kathy. I mean, it's like Sweet and Low. I've never liked.
Oh, yeah, no.
Stevia. And,
I hate them. And Dr. Mike loves it. And he always recommends it. I'm like, I just can't. I don't like the taste.
There's a bitterness to it that I just, it does not simulate sugar to me.
They still make equal?
I don't know.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. All right. You ever have a soda in a foreign land? Like you ever had when we were in London or whatever?
I went to New Zealand just to drink soda.
Did you? Okay, yeah, but it's tastes
different.
It tastes really different.
Why?
There's some I don't know. I guess in the water or the formula.
They put mustard in it.
I don't think it's mustard. But there's something radically different about Coke in Europe.
Well, same thing with the chocolate too.
Yeah, well, there are regional tastes that they're used to, and there are certain tweaks that they do in foreign lands.
You know what I found popular soda-wise in Europe is Fanta.
Fanta.
Yeah, I like
They
Fanta.
run commercials for Fanta. All Fanta.
Yeah.
Case, I think you're right between the difference in Coke Zero and Diet Coke. So Coke Zero is meant to taste like regular Coke.
Correct.
Diet Coke has a different taste, and the reason they both taste different is because it's different sweeteners.
Right, a la Diet Dr. Pepper.
Yes.
So that is supposed to taste like regular Dr.
And it
Pepper.
do. It
but
do.
But Diet Coke does not taste like regular Coke
No.
at
No.
all.
Right.
But I got
for
to
it.
the point where I liked Diet Coke. Now, I'm like you, Steve. I don't drink soda anymore. I drink carbonated water quite a bit. But I got to where I loved a Diet Coke and hated regular Coke because it was just way too sweet for me.
But Diet Coke fans are legion, and that's all. And that's many of them. The people I know who really drink Diet Coke drink it all day.
Yeah.
Like it's their.
I have not had a soda. I can't even tell you how long. Like, it's not even something I would crave or want.
I don't find it refreshing.
No.
I don't find it thirst quenching. However, like I will have a can of of soda, as I said, as a dessert.
Years ago, I would do something like that, but now I'd rather something else.
Yeah.
Now, the only time I will branch out, though, is for ginger ale. And bizarrely, I don't consider ginger ale a soda, which it clearly is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Of course,
It's
yeah.
something different to me.
I have
don't know
about
why.
5 cans of Canadian.
Canada Dry.
Canada Dry,
When you were sick this past winter, you talked about having ginger ale at home and saltines.
Isn't that just an excuse? Does that really do anything?
No, but like it's
What? Oh,
Ginger,
for,
like-
to settle your stomach?
I find it does.
Oh,
there's ginger in it. I mean, that's what the base ingredient of ginger ale is, and ginger is known to help settle your stomach.
As does Coke syrup. The syrup itself, supposedly.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Steve, you say you don't find it refreshing, but here's the weird thing is when I get back from a long bike ride, I've been out on the bike for 3 hours, I love to have a Diet Coke afterwards. And at this point, I have slammed so much water and electrolytes and all that, but when I come home and I open up the refrigerator...
Well, you're going for the sugar. That's what you're going for, right?
But there's no sugar in it.
You having a Coke Zero, you said?
No, a Diet Coke.
Okay.
A Diet
But
Coke.
there is a sweetener in it.
Yeah, but I'm just craving calories, and I know there's 0 calories in it. But so I'll just sometimes I'll come home and there'll be like a plate of bacon. I'm like, rah, 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 and then I grab the
post-ride bacon.
Yeah, dude, it's the post-ride whatever sitting out on the counter, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go to Bob. It's his. It's a suit. An assumed name he is using here.
Anonymous?
Bob works for a local soda company.
You've already said too much. You've already said.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Damn it! I gave it away.
Bob will not finish out the day alive.
What's up, Bob?
No, so all right. So the different tastes in the countries is America's the only company that uses high fructose corn syrup, like we like to burn through paper or oil.
Right.
So if you anything in a regular plastic bottle or the cans is all high fructose corn syrup. If you ever see in the grocery stores, Coca-Cola or the Pepsi in the bigger glass bottles, not the mini 6-pack glass bottles, but the bigger glass bottles, they say it's from Mexico. That's using real cane sugar, and that's the real, true, original taste of both of the sodas.
Oh.
Back in the crazy soda race, if you want to call it that, Coke was the first to switch to the high fructose corn syrup to mass produce it, and that's where the taste kind of changed. So the high fructose corn syrup versus the real cane sugar is what gives it the different taste.
So the one with the real cane sugar then would technically, if you're looking for a healthier option, which I don't know that soda is, that would be, correct?
Cane sugar.
So why does the United States use high fructose corn syrup?
Money.
Because they can mass produce it for a lot less money. Using real cane sugar was driving the cost of all the soda up, and that's where Coca-Cola at first said, look, the high fructose corn syrup, we can kind of mimic sugar and mass produce more of it.
Let me ask you quickly, Bob. In the case of the like a fountain soda, fountain Coke, are we getting regular cane sugar, or are we getting the high fructose?
No, that's high fructose too. But you've asked too many questions.
You gotta go.
Hey, Bob, I got a question for you. I have a friend of mine.
He hung up.
He's done. Literally too many questions.
Wow.
He doesn't want to.
What do you think he was kidding?
Yeah.
He was he's being followed in another car.
He didn't want his voice on too long.
Right. Yeah, too long. Now I have a friend who's really trying to find a Coca-Cola refrigerator.
I heard Soda Agent 7 on a local radio show this morning. Eliminate him.
Yeah.
No, that friend's not looking for one anymore.
Oh, he's not?
Yeah, he found a different one.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay. Dr. Mike's on the line, though. We don't have to disguise his voice or anything like that. From Fox 29 and Penn Medicine, our good friend, Dr. Mike Sirigliano is on. Hey, Dr. Mike.
You're limited to one question.
Okay.
Just one.
Just one. No, this is an amazingly important topic to talk about because you think, well, it's diet, so there's no calories. But there's plenty of data that suggests that even those sorts of drinks with the non-nutritive sweeteners, like sucralose and all of those things, actually makes people eat more. And so that combined with, as Bob, I like Bob. I don't know what happened to Bob. But the thing is with high fructose corn syrup, there's a lot of concern about obesity and the fact that when high fructose corn syrup came about, we started to see an uptick in weight gain. And, the thing is, to answer your question that you asked, Bob, there's two things that are plentiful in the United States: used exercise equipment and corn. All right, so if you can cheaply make a product that tastes sweet and add it, there you go. So high fructose corn syrup, or what some people now call corn sugar. That's the phrase. But look, bottom line is, my kids don't drink soda, and I've tried to get them to go with naturally flavored carbonated stuff and drinks like Hint, things like that are there's no artificial sweeteners. Now, Steve, you know I'm a stevia fan.
Yes.
It's plant-based as opposed to a laboratory.
I just don't. For me, I don't like the taste. Honestly, years ago, soda would have been the thing. My main drink is water, regular water, and I so hunting around for a soda that I'm going to like just seems to be, a waste of time.
One time for Jace's birthday, we don't do soda either, and I've got like a flavored water with like a natural.
Oh, like clear, but it tastes, yes.
So, and it comes in cans like it would a soda, and all of the kids were opening it up, sipping it, and putting it down. I had cans of this flavored water all over my backyard.
She's the healthy mom.
Wait, completely full.
Yeah.
It was like one sip out of it. I was like, yeah, that's not going to work.
But see, here's the thing. If you train your kids, if you get them used to high sugar, high salt foods and drink, that's setting them up.
Well, Dr. Mike, you're right. Jace was the only one drinking the flavored water that I bought, the carbonated water.
You trained him.
But he's got a really good mommy. I mean, you care, and you're setting an example.
Dr. Mike, I have a question about sugars. Refined sugars, unrefined sugars. Do you know anything about the difference between those and why one is worse for you than the other, maybe?
Well, the more purified, the more highly refined, if you will, allows quicker absorption into the bloodstream, making your blood sugar go up and then rapidly go down. And so what happens is it can damage, many people think, damages the lining of the arteries. So you have endothelial damage, if you will. That's why. So here's the typical, like a lot of people, I go to Wawa and I see what they have: a large cup of coffee with heavy cream and like 3 packets of sugar, right? They get a donut, and then they might have a cigarette. Now, you get on the highway with them and you cut them off, they will kill you. You know why? Because they're all nicotined up, caffeined up, and sugared up. I mean, it's,
So let me ask you, Mike, what is the better? If you're going to have something sweet, you must have something sweet. Do you go with just the regular sugar or the chemical stuff? Because what's the better option?
I would say granulated sugar in the raw, things like that. Right, but remember that sugar in itself, especially if you're trying to control your weight, or if you have diabetes, or you have any condition like that, you want to try to avoid that. And you guys talk about Impossible Burger. The more that you go plant-based, the more I think you're going to live longer, have less problems. And the more highly processed the food you eat, the more likely you're going to have a problem.
Okay, excellent. Well, we love you, Mike. Thanks for the advice. We appreciate it.
I love you all so much. You have no idea.
Have a great weekend. Dr. Mike Sirigliano.
Love you.
Some love. He is the love doctor, for real. You don't need no beatus. All right, let me see. How about let's go to some other things here. You know what? I think Sunday is National Ice Cream Day. I know.
Ice cream is glorious.
It is a wonderful thing.
And there's another example of something that if you're going to do it, stop screwing around and do it.
Do it.
Full-bodied
Get the
ice
real deal.
cream.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's July 18th.
Okay. Do you guys like peanut butter ice cream? Like vanilla ice cream with peanut butter ripple?
I'm okay with it. I tend to favor the more stock standard flavors. Now, you introduced me to Zaz, which is they have a brick and mortar on Germantown Avenue near me, about a mile away, which is convenient.
You get the black magic there?
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Man.
So, but yes, dazzle me. I'm open to all options. My favorite, of course, straight up is chocolate.
So, because I got a couple of different ice cream places that I'll go to down the shore, and they both have banana ice cream. And so what I like to get is peanut butter ripple, vanilla peanut butter ripple on the bottom with banana ice cream on the top in a waffle cone.
Okay.
And it's like, it's such a weird combination, but also it makes perfect sense to me.
Speaking of down the shore, I told Kathy this the other day. There's a wonderful thing.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a second.
You can text the ice cream truck and they will come to you.
Do you have a favorite? Do you like
if you text them and tell them that you want them to come by, they will.
There's Monster Cone, and then there's the Surf and Sundae.
Wait, what's the place you went to that you were nuts for?
Not that.
You went to an actual stand.
Oh, he went to like a Richmond's ice cream.
Richland's.
Okay.
No, Richmond.
Is it Richmond?
Yeah,
Richmond's. Yeah, they had the soft serve pistachio ice cream, but I found out. So Rochelle and I went. It was like 10 o'clock, and we're like, we could go drive around and find the ice cream man. And so we drove around, and we eventually found this ice cream.
You
and
drive.
You know who walked up behind me? Trish Long. From our sales department. She's like, "You don't live on this street." I'm like, "We were looking for the ice cream man."
Dude, Steve, it's almost like they have lights like an ambulance, so you can see them from blocks and blocks away.
Yep.
And you just slowly drive down the street, and you look left or right.
You see the flashing lights.
You see the flashing
shoot out
lights.
the
You're like,
tires.
yeah.
You go to the ice cream.
that's
but
crazy.
he's right.
You
but
text
anyhow, you can text them. You can alert them where you are and that you want ice cream, how many people are there, and then they'll tell you when they're coming by.
That's pretty awesome.
Dude, it's
so they don't
goddamn groundbreaking.
As they travel around, are they playing alerting music or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they? Yeah. Yep, they play music because our house is across from a hotel, so that's a prime spot to go.
Right.
And they come by and they play the music, and then the whole crowd comes out.
That must be a Wildwood thing because we don't have that. Like we have the Fudgy Wudgy Man on the beach.
Fudgy Wudgy Baz.
By the way, the Fudgy Wudgy dude, if you get the ice cream sandwich, let it sit for a couple minutes, or you're going to break your teeth trying to eat it.
Yeah. So
I think they keep dry ice. Yeah.
We have that, and then there's like the famous or well-known ice cream shops, but there's no ice cream man, at least in the places
they're all over the place.
We need to do that.
3 different ones.
So listen, okay.
But I have it at Steve, real quick. I have it at home where I can text. Like here in Contract, I can text the ice cream man and he'll come by.
Interesting. Right. So I see Mr. Softy is my choice, and he'll come by often enough. I haven't gone to him because I have Zaz up the road.
But by ice cream man, Kathy, I don't mean they're selling you ice cream sandwiches.
It's not novelties,
dude.
You have like real
banana splits.
Yeah.
And
you don't understand.
Brownie,
turtle. The turtle combination.
I like turtles.
They'll make chipwiches for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's like legit ice cream. It is not novelty. You're not getting a Nutty Buddy. You're not getting a Fudgesicle. Some of those
I like turtles.
Some of those trucks will have that as well. But they're doing it's like an ice cream shop on wheels. And so, Kathy, if you're saying that Sea Isle doesn't have something like that, if anybody's listening right now, do this. It is a cash cow.
And I don't think in Ocean City either.
Yeah, because I mean, listen, you just go to in Ocean City. Everybody goes to the boardwalk.
Well, that's what I mean. There's places that you go, like, okay, we're going out tonight for ice cream.
Here's your place.
Surf and Sundays.
Surf and Sundays.
They're the ones that you can text and they will come to you.
You text Surf and Sundays, they have soft serve in it?
This would come to you.
Oh,
guys.
Yeah, they have soft serve and scoop.
Okay.
Yeah. And the soft serve, they'll make these unbelievable creations for you.
I'm sorry, but the best ice cream is not down the shore. It is at the Elmwood Park Zoo, and I forget if it was Steve or Nick. Who is that? I forget the name.
I know
Every time we talk about it, I'm telling you, it is the. I would just get plain, and I'm not like a plain vanilla person.
The vanilla
but it is
creamy,
so good that I would just get plain vanilla ice cream.
It's really, really good. Kathy's right. Besides, it's an awesome location.
Is it Scoops?
No.
She's doing some research.
Yeah, so here's Steve. The other
Petrucci's. Petrucci's. Yeah, they have one in Phoenixville, and they're big listeners of the Preston and Steve show.
They are.
Petrucci's. So next time Kathy's in Elmwood Park Zoo or I'm swinging by in Phoenixville, just remember how awesome the Preston and Steve show is.
I have to get out to the zoo there again. It's awesome.
Yep,
Petrucci's is really good.
I just looked on Elmwood Park Zoo's site, and it's Petrucci's Ice Cream Parlor. I'm telling you, it was the greatest ice cream I've ever had.
That's their slogan. You'll shoot.
I'm on board. I got to try it.
And it's nothing fancy. Well, at least at the Elmwood Park Zoo, it's nothing fancy. It's just ice cream, and it's so good.
Vanilla is probably my favorite.
Yeah.
I mean,
not pistachio.
No, pistachio is of the.
Come on! on,
See,
man.
Now here's the deal. You're tearing me apart. No, some people claim that vanilla is not a flavor. That it's just.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, it is.
Water has a flavor too, bros.
Oh.
Never stop.
No sad. But pistachio and vanilla, I go back and forth.
Sometimes the pistachio turns, and you don't want that. The Petrucci's is the one on 23. They painted their parking lot pink.
Yeah,
when you're driving through
in the
Phoenixville and you're headed towards out towards past Phoenixville west
to Hooterville,
to Shelbyville. On the left-hand side, they've painted the entire parking lot pink.
Okay. All right.
All right, yeah, that's
Well,
good
I got to
stuff.
try that.
Yeah,
So Sunday is National
Ice Cream Day.
I'm going to celebrate today, tomorrow, and Sunday, and Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Sounds good to me. All right. Do we have time for?
Oh, we have to. Just one more quick one.
All right. I got to find one that is kind of time sensitive, so that I don't let it sit for a while. How about?
Isn't today National Scallion Day?
No, Scallion Day. No, but I will tell you. How about this?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll marry these two together. So yesterday, I think, was National Mac and Cheese Day.
Yes.
And then so National Ice Cream Day is on Sunday. Kraft has done something weird. They have created a limited edition ice cream flavor, Kraft macaroni and cheese.
I saw this, and apparently it's sold out like in record time, right?
It was created with Brooklyn-based Van Leeuwen ice cream, and the product is said to have no artificial flavor preservatives or dyes. In a press release, Kraft noted to create the creamy treat, Van Leeuwen churned the familiar cheesiness of Kraft macaroni and cheese into their ice cream, made with only a few ingredients. A result, a cool, creamy scoop of ice cream that brings the comforting, nostalgic feel from a warm bowl of Kraft macaroni and cheese. That sounds gross.
Yes.
You can buy it by a pint, both inside Van Leeuwen ice cream stores, primarily located in New York City, Los Angeles, and Houston, or online for $12.
Okay, so you know how popcorn is traditionally a salty treat.
I've heard.
Okay. I know that you like kettle corn, and that's traditionally a sweet treat.
Yes.
Is there a sweet version of mac and cheese?
Well,
Sweet version of mac and cheese.
No, that's ice cream. I'm talking about actual
the actual mac and cheese?
macaronis. And instead of using like a cheddar or whatever, you use like a cream cheese and make it a sugary treat rather than...
Like a mac and cheese cake?
No, like it's...
Like there's a sweet flavor to mac and cheese.
What you're actually putting in your mouth is macaroni.
Okay.
We used to have... There used to be a southern dish called macaroni pie. That I used to have, and sometimes it was made a little bit on the sweet side.
Okay.
And so, but it definitely had that cheddar cheese heart to it.
Yeah, because what I'm sort of thinking here is macaroni in general sort of lends itself to maybe having a sweetness to it rather than a saltiness.
Well, here's something that's like a bread pudding version, I guess, that they called up.
Okay.
Would that
we
be
just lost it. There was a recipe that was up on our monitor that was a dessert mac and cheese type of thing, but I don't.
Let's back up, Preston.
It says, similar to bread pudding or rice pudding, dessert macaroni and cheese has a starchy base held together by a baked custard. Okay, the idea came one day.
Everybody loves it.
When this person
I'll try it. I will.
said, I figured someone must have made this already, and I guess they hadn't. So
I'll just have another dessert. Like, I don't need a mac and cheese dessert. There's plenty of other dessert options.
No, there
Me
are.
and my textures, rice pudding and bread pudding.
No.
Oh my God.
Love bread pudding.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Ew, it's like what?
I
ew.
can't not get it.
Sitting
Get
there
it at the
soaking.
Desmond. Jesus Christ.
okay, what do you think about like tiramisu?
No.
Really? Okay. You know why? Because it's mushy. It's that bottom has been soaked. How about tres leches? You probably don't like either.
Dear God. Oh my God.
So here's the deal.
Some of the yummiest stuff ever made.
I feel Kathy on the texture thing, but I got to say, no, when it comes to bread pudding, I love it. Tres leches, I love it. Yes. So there's some things I can handle. Like avocado, I'm not a big fan of now. You know, I used to love it.
I love avocado, so
there we go.
I'm okay with that texture.
What was the most leches, by the way? We talked about this a few weeks back.
No mushrooms, Preston.
How many leches is the most leches as far as cake is concerned? Because we knew that there was a cuatro leches, and I think that there was a cinco leches.
I don't know.
Okay.
Preston,
What's your
even I
latest?
had I got a coffee yesterday afternoon, and I accidentally put too much cream in it. I had to dump it.
Wow.
Like the milk. I mean, I like.
It reminds me of prom night.
No, what the hell? I'm talking about half and half.
Prom night? Yeah.
Reminds me of prom night.
What the hell is he doing?
Steve, do you know this brand, this Van Leeuwen's brand? It's a New York one.
Yeah,
I'd never heard of them before.
It is a pretty revered brand.
Looks
I've
good.
never
It does.
had it, but it's one of we are so blessed with great ice cream places and things of this nature where you have these. In the family traditional, like look at Bassett's, which we made millions of dollars off of.
Make a penny. Hang on, I'm going to go to Nicole. She wants to comment on the mac and cheese dessert sweet thing. Hi, Nicole. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
What's
Good
up,
morning, Ed.
Nicole?
Well, okay, so about the mac and cheese. A little while back, my husband got it into his head.
Hey, Nicole, real quick, let me stop you. You sound really muffled. Is your mouth away from the phone?
No? How about now?
All right, try it again. Go ahead.
Okay, so a little while back, my husband got it into his head that he wanted to make mac and cheese from scratch, like make the cheese sauce from scratch. So it's fine. That's the laudable goal and everything. But he
Can't hear her. I can't understand her.
She said she put the robot bowl in the scratchator.
Oh, yeah, Nicole, it sounds really muffled for some reason. But
the scratchator was full. I think she's.
All right, so hold on. Let me, hang on a second. It says on the monitor that he tried to make a cheese sauce. He put sugar in it. Now, we will be able to tell. Was it good or not, Nicole?
No.
Okay, so she says
no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
That's all we're going to get from that.
No, don't do it.
Yes.
And then one last thing. Let me go to Rebecca here. Rebecca, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, Rebecca?
So I actually wanted to tell you about a really yummy pasta dish, a sweet dish that my mom makes for Jewish holidays. It's a traditional Jewish dish called noodle kugel.
Oh, kugel.
Yeah, kugel, yes.
Kugel, Kegel?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
It's absolutely delicious. It is actual pasta noodles, and I'm not sure of the ingredients, so please don't quote me on this. But it's very sweet. It has like egg and some sort of cream and sugar, and it almost becomes like sort of custardy.
I think I've had it. Yeah.
I've had it many times.
Yeah,
but I've had bad kugel too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's a good band name.
Bad kugel.
Bad kugel.
Well, you haven't had my mom's, okay? So I know everybody says their mom's is the best, but it is literally so delicious. And you bake it in the oven, and it's warm, and it's got cinnamon on top.
Right.
And it's.
I want good kugel. I did like kugel.
It can be good. Our neighbor Marlene made it one time, and I almost puked though.
Preston, you grew up in a predominantly Jewish area, so you must have had some good access to some quality kugel.
Yeah, absolutely.
My neighbors growing up, Randy Kostanowitz, his mom used to make like really good kugel.
Okay, Marissa.
All right, Casey, I want to turn you off from trying to find sweet mac and cheese. And I want to dare you to try. Well, we can talk about that in a second. But I want you to try this new trend of turning macaroni or little pastas into chips. Have you seen that on TikTok?
No. Oh, yes,
People
yeah.
put like noodles in an air fryer, and then you dry them out, and then they
I've seen
turn
pasta
into chips.
Okay, hang on. Do you have to cook them first? And
Yeah,
do you have to
that's what I'm
boil them and then?
Nope. No, you just put them with olive oil.
mother
And
ever.
in fact, Acme on their Instagram page posted a recipe of how to do it in the oven without an air
Marissa,
fryer.
I'm going to be at Acme today in Flowertown.
Make some. Is that where you can go and
You'll be there
donate
from
for
12 to noon?
12 to noon.
Marissa posted a picture of mac and cheese yesterday, and I stayed on her page and zoomed in and looked at all. It looked so delicious.
It was like a mac and cheese board for National Mac and Cheese Day, where people took like every single one of the Kraft mac and cheese, the Acme brand, the Annie
white cheddar.
Oh yeah,
and made like a little circle of it, and you can just scoop off
It
your
looks
things.
so good.
That's a neat idea.
I've kind of done this before.
Yeah.
When I've had multiple boxes, and you just like do a little taste test of all the ones.
Oh, so
It's a little smorgasbord.
you ever mix them? You ever mix two different kinds together
No, but
and cook them that way? I've seen that done,
Ooh,
like
no.
shells and mac and elbow
I
macaroni
do like
cheese,
that.
but from different brands.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
You know what I really do love? I love when they'll put when they put ground beef in it. and real. I like it. At that point, I like it cooked to crispness.
I like salsa in my
that as well.
cheese.
That as well.
It's pretty tasty.
I like having a little topping bar. I have,
That's good too.
Yeah, like everything seasoning. I have this great truffle hot sauce that tastes really good on it.
Okay.
So each little bite can have different ones.
You can even have like a little bit of chicken or bacon bits and stuff like that. Not for you, Marissa.
Make some truffle mac and cheese while you watch Pig tonight.
All right. Anyhow, National Ice Cream Day on Sunday, and it was National Mac and Cheese Day the other day. All right, that's all we have time for today in the Connoisseur, right?
Yeah.
That's it. All right, let's take a quick break and come back, and we will get you some bizarre file stories. Make sure you stay close. Also, we're going to have comedian
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. I'd like to do a couple of shout outs here real quick if you guys don't mind. Excuse me, I just ate an apple and I'm all burpy. Segway weekend. And so it's going to be double shots every hour that feature a pair of songs that are linked together somehow by some sort of wordplay. And so Casey, when we were off air, was like, right. So we're playing this song from Dorothy. What would be the super segue that would go along with it? The song is called Dark Night. So I was thinking like, Light My Fire or, so it was dark and then light is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But then Casey played, he goes, well, what about this song? And he go ahead and hit it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Africa? I don't see Africa, Dark Nights. I don't see how that works. And then he goes, Dorothy and Toto.
That's a good one.
That is a clever segue right there.
That's a good one.
I like
And then
that a lot.
Dark Star you had played a little bit of, right? Didn't you? Or did I hear you playing it? The Stephen Crosby, Stills, Nash?
No.
All right.
No, what did I play?
Maybe I misheard.
There were other ones that I thought, okay, what about so Dark Nights, and then you have something like this, which is The Light by Disturbed.
Okay, so you got Dark and Light.
Uh-huh.
If you're matching Dark Side of the Moon.
Well, they need to kind of be opposites.
So it must be opposite.
It's kind of a
yin and yang.
tongue-in-cheek. Yeah,
I
yin and yang
gotcha.
type thing.
Okay.
So because that's a little more fun to play around with than just similarities. So
Target and Saks, off Saks. But
right.
yesterday, he was over to the left, all the way almost between Target and that furniture store. Yeah.
Huh. Okay, and it's classical music.
No, so the
I
guy,
heard classical, like really good classical music.
The guy yesterday was doing classical, but there's another guy who comes out and he'll do. He was doing Coldplay when I was there, and that's what caught
Playing
my
the
ear.
violin?
Yes.
It could have actually been Coldplay. They haven't been touring for a while.
Well, that's what caught my ear because I was like, I started like singing along. Like, I know this song, and then when I came out, I forget he was playing something else that I knew. But
I think it was
Charlie Daniels.
Yeah. Well, hang on. We got a lot of calls coming in. Let me go to. I'm going to go to Rich. Hey, Rich, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Rich?
Yeah, I've seen them in a couple different places. Sometimes it's a mother with 3 kids and a baby stroller.
Are they playing music?
They play music, and they have signs. And a couple people have mentioned on social media that there's no strings on the violin.
Yeah, there's several texts coming in saying that this is a scam. That police officers have had to go to a few different targets. There are a lot of texts coming in saying that this is a scam.
Okay,
where's the music? So where's the music coming from?
So that is what I was wondering. I looked at the guy
Thanks,
yesterday, and Nick, I didn't even think to look at the strings on the violin. But I mean, he looked like he was playing. And
so she said there was a track playing.
Yes, there's a
and
track
so some
playing.
people will play with a track as an accompaniment, and then they play live. So.
But I will say, hold on. So when somebody
he was blown away.
But when somebody comes by and hands them something, they stop playing and the violin stops. So if there are no strings, there's something that is
right. You know what? There are
strings attached.
No, I remember like kids' instruments that we had, and when you would simulate strumming or whatever, the instrument would play, the guitar would play, and the backing track would continue.
Yeah,
but when you would stop strumming, the backing track would continue and the guitar part would stop.
Yeah, and
so
listen,
I'll bet it might be something like that.
Well, maybe, Kathy, if they're saying that there's multiple, he was saying all over Delco, perhaps there are some who can play and perhaps there's just some who are just
that's what I'm wondering because I didn't see them until the pandemic, at least in this Target parking lot. They are not, at least I've never heard or seen them being asked to leave, and they're out there a lot.
So you got the caller in Delco, you in Montgomery County. Let's go to Bob in the Northeast. Hey, Bob, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing today?
Good morning it to you. What's up, bud?
Hey, guys. Yeah, Kath, I live up in Northeast, and one of those guys is up in our area in the ShopRite parking lot about a year ago during the COVID situation. And the only problem, it was enjoyable and everything, but it got very loud. It was very loud.
It is loud.
But he was faking it?
Yeah, and it's like they're asking for food, whatever. I give him a few bucks and everything, but you feel bad for him, but you wonder what's really going on. But you help out where you can.
Well, exactly, because there are guys who stay. The guys who'll open the door for you, and you'll give them a few bucks, or even there's the Wawa on Germantown Avenue. There's people out in front that I'll give, and they don't even need to be pretending to play the cello. I'll still give them money. But this must be a new thing because.
It is since
all the calls are coming in. People are seeing it all over the place.
Well, at least at this Target during the pandemic is when it was new. But that was my immediate thought was, is this for real? He looks like he's playing, but is it a scam? And the fact that this is coming in, I'm like, okay.
What if you have a sign that says, "I'm not really playing"? And and they're just out there entertaining.
Well, air guitar.
You can still give them some money.
Air violin.
You know what I mean? But if they're really pulling the wool over your eyes and you think they're actually playing.
But I will say that's
a bit of a scam.
The majority of the people that come out of Target are handing them something. Like I did see somebody hand them money yesterday, but like over the times that I've seen them out there, people are handing them something that they've purchased in Target for
What
them.
if they reenact scenes from like A Few Good Men and you have them out there, Preston, right?
I mean,
but
it's
here's
still a performance.
Someone says, somebody had said, I saw someone with a cello without a backing track playing at Home Depot the other day. So maybe a few are legit. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean,
right? Like if they're real musicians and they're playing, I have no problem tipping them.
No, and listen, if someone's in dire straits and I see kids, my mindset is I will donate from my heart, and I'm doing it with the good intentions. If they're not using the money and they're using it for their own thing, that's on them. But I'm going to try to help.
I'm going to Mike J. Mike, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
So I actually work at one of the stores that they sit out front of and play. I'm over in Havertown, and they don't play any of the violin. It's actually all a pre-recorded track that plays, and they mimic playing it.
Wow. Okay.
All right, and how often are they there?
They were there, I want to say, every day for, I want to say, at least 2 or 3 weeks in a row until the police had to get them kind of off the property because they took it as soliciting.
Yeah, several people have texted in saying that this one in Havertown, the police have had to show up more than once.
Wow.
So, Mike, like over at the Target, to what Kathy was saying, it actually was a nice thing as I was walking across the parking lot. I just never saw anybody, and I thought they were pumping. You know, it's like when they set up the Christmas trees and they play the holiday music and they have a PA system out there. I'm like, thanks, Mike. Okay, something must be going on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw somebody outside of a Staples, and they had a piano. As it turns out, it was a player piano. They weren't actually playing. So,
yeah, you got to move. Ragtime.
Yeah, that's fun when you can sit down and pretend like you're playing, and it's a player piano. You're like, dude, I am rocking.
My friend has one of them, and I put Jace in front of it, and I was like, pretend like you're playing. And then I said to everybody, I was like, his piano lessons are coming along.
So good.
I love it. Wow, well, this is much more widespread than I figured. When you were telling me about it, this is all over the damn. Our phone lines are completely lit up. All the texts are going crazy.
And
they're all saying that it's not real, that they are not.
So
I'm
really
gonna go
playing
over.
the instruments.
I want to go over though next time I see him and see if there's strings on the
So
violin.
what about if it's not music, then it moves into stand-up comedy, and you have like Seinfeld bit playing, and the person's with a microphone,
lip sync,
walking around. You know,
that'd be great, wouldn't it? Yeah. What's up with this hardware store? Well, I'm glad you brought this up because I need to play this for somebody. I've been showing Casey. There's an Instagram account I follow. It's called Sick Musicians. Sick.
Musicians are sick.
And I came across this one short video, it was a little 30-second video of this girl singing a song, and she's busking. It turns out she's in Ireland.
Okay.
And I am blown away by this singer.
You're in love with her, aren't you?
She's adorable. She's 16 years old.
Oh,
she's really cute.
Okay.
But what I'm in love with is her voice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Steve, it's along the lines of you remember when you first heard Amy Winehouse and you're like,
amazing.
There's something special about this person. That's kind of how I feel about this girl. Now, she may never go on to be a big superstar. She may just end up being, making a living being a singer in a different way.
Listen, there are a ton of people out there that have amazing, unique voices, but if you can't construct a song, then...
Well, Kathy, right here, we know how good her singing is, but she just hasn't been given the break.
So I looked her up online. Her name is Allie Sherlock. She's got a lot of social media followers, like over 1 million. And I'm going to play a little bit of it for her.
Play.
So she started when she was like 12, and now she was apparently Ellen DeGeneres had her on the show one time a year or two ago.
She's got to be doing well then if she's got that kind of exposure.
I guess she's got some.
Maybe
songs
she needs exposure on our show
on Spotify. But I'm telling you, man, this is the video that I saw. It's just her, and she's a good guitar player too. So she's just standing like in Dublin on a street corner with a microphone and a guitar. And listen to this gal sing.
Put your loving hand out.
16.
'Cause I'm begging. I'm begging you. So put your loving hand out, baby. I'm begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. I'm riding high when I was king. I played it hard and fast 'cause I had everything. I walked away. You want me then, but easy come and easy gone. It would answer anytime I need you, let me go. Yeah, anytime I feed you, get me know. Yeah, anytime I see you, just let me know. I planted that seed, just let me grow. And I'm on my knees and I'm begging. I don't wanna lose you. Yeah, da-da-da-da. I'm begging.
When she does that da-da-da, really cute, yeah.
But I went on kind of a deep dive and watched a bunch of her videos, and I'm like, it's legit.
Why don't you reach out to her?
One of these people that it just naturally pours
What's
out
her
of.
name?
Her name is Allie Sherlock, and I was like, I just loving it, and I'm in awe of people who can just do it so effortlessly.
Right, the gift.
And I saw a video of her singing, of all songs, "Hopelessly Devoted to You"
from Greece.
From Greece,
yeah.
And I'm blown away by it. It's phenomenal.
that.
So every now and then, man, there are people that are out on the street, not like at Target,
Like the
and
people
Home
at
Depot
Target.
here. Yeah,
Some of them even put strings on their violins.
that are amazingly talented, and you should stop and listen if you have the time for a moment.
Yes. Yeah.
and take in some of that talent
and give them some money.
Some of the-
I would love to talk to this girl. She's in Ireland, though.
Take in some of the stringless talent.
How do they do that, man? There's not one damn string on that cello, and it sounds fantastic.
So my mom, she volunteers at the Assisi House 2 days a week, and
As in St. Francis of?
Yes. So and it's these retired nuns, and I mean they're in their like 90s and stuff,
Right.
and so. I don't know if I should say this or not, but she said there's a guy who comes in now and plays the piano for these nuns. And I thought she was just going to talk about how great he was. And as it turns out, I think he's just learning how to play the piano.
Oh, wow. And so he comes in, and they don't really.
That's
really digging it.
wonderful. Your music is a gift from the Lord, but sometimes you keep gifts to yourself.
Yes, in fact, being humble is what the Lord tells us.
Don't go throwing your vast talent around. It's betraying the gift that the Lord's given you, which sounds like someone driving over a cat.
Oh, God. It just... It reminds me of grade
We
school.
need to move that piano.
There's a term for that.
Yeah.
Bless his heart.
Bless his heart.
Mhm.
Do you
Bless
guys-
his heart.
Do you remember in grade school when like one of your classmates was learning how to play and they would make them play for the entire class?
We would have local folk singers or people come in. I remember in elementary school, and it was, I mean, even then I knew this stinks. It was rare that you had, because they would come in and it'd be some sort of thing that they were, you know, and it was never good. But if someone wants to generously donate their things, you try to be courteous and respectful. Right.
Oh my God, that
even
was,
if they stink.
That was me. I had to play the piano in front of the whole school.
Oh, you gave a recital?
That's right. It stinks.
Oh
Yes.
no!
What did you
school?
I had to do this. This was me. I had to play the piano in front of the entire school.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kathy Romano. She's going to sing I Touch Myself by the Divinyls.
No, I was in fifth grade, fourth or fifth grade, I forget, fifth grade, I think. And yes, and it was more than one person. It wasn't just me, but it was
thank God.
anybody who was doing outside lessons and wasn't just doing it at the school. And yeah, the parents were invited, and I remember what I played.
What was it?
What was it?
Come on.
Can you play the piano?
I can't wait.
Popeye the Sailor Man.
Popeye the Sailor Man. Popeye the Sailor.
Did you sing it too, or just play?
No.
Okay.
Come on,
I'm
you
strong
guys
to the
know.
finish, 'cause I eat my spinach.
You guys know I wasn't allowed in select course. I was not
Right.
singing anything. I was just playing. However,
you
I
could
did
play the
also
piano, though?
play. Yes, I did when I was a kid. When I got a little bit older, I remember I wanted to learn a Billy Joel song, and so I did also play that.
Angry Young Man.
In front of the school. I forget what it was.
Oh my God. That's the old version of
I
that.
was pretty sure that's what I did.
Hang on, I want to go back to the busker thing because this is an interesting call from Derek here, and he apparently there's a guy. Okay, let me just go to this call,
All right.
because this doesn't make any sense to me. Hey, Derek. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? You guys rock.
Oh, thanks, man. So, what did you want to tell?
Oh man, I'm down in Wilmington, and there's this guy who hangs around like in front of like the BJ's and like a Walmart and stuff.
Right.
And he has a guitar, and it has strings on it, but he never plays it. He's always sitting there like tuning it, and he'll pluck like one or two, and then he'll sit there and tune it. And he's always looking like he's really into like getting this thing tuned, ready to jam out.
And that's all he does is just tune it?
And he's just tuning it, man. It's like, I sat out a light cycle one time, like 2 or 3, light cycles, because it got kind of longer coming out. And dude never jammed out. I'm sitting there waiting. He's like, got like biting his lip and his tongue. He's like, the tune. And then he like, pling, pling, and then he tunes it again.
That's a good scan, though, Derek. I mean, listen, I can't play it for you now. It doesn't sound right, but give me a little bit. Come back later.
Yeah.
I'll tune it.
Yeah, he's like, let me get set up here, man. Just come back, I'll jam out. But
I need some patch cords, and, yeah.
So one of the I saw a scam, and it's not a scam, but they do prey upon people. There are these guys in Times Square, and they're great acrobatics, right? So they do back handsprings and backflips,
jumping jacks.
They're doing jumping jacks,
push-ups,
herkies,
burpees.
No, they do flips and
Look at
everything.
that.
But what they do is they get this crowd around them, and then they start to pick people out of the crowd and asking them for tips. And they're so now you're surrounded by 100 people, and they're like, "Hey, give me $20. I'll do a flip over this thing." And they're like, "Oh shoot."
Yeah,
I got to give this guy $20 because
no, I don't want to see it. Well, what happens also and be aware of this when you have something like that happening. If there's someone putting on a bit of entertainment and crowds gather around, that's sometimes the decoy to have pickpockets.
Yeah, it can happen.
Crowd. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, interesting, Kathy. I had no idea that this is going on all over the place.
Yeah. Well, I didn't either. I also am glad to know that it's probably a scam.
I can verify.
And by the way, a number of people want to hear you play Popeye the Sailor.
Me too.
On piano.
I can't still play.
We can bring it in. You have a little keyboard.
Yes.
Nick.
Oh my God!
No,
And
you
my
guys?
Yeah, I got one. Yeah, I'll bring it in, and you can do terribly.
and my piano my piano teacher came to the performance as well.
She would be like Amy Winehouse with that,
So
right?
proud, yeah.
Tried to eat my spinach.
Yeah. All right, listen, let's take a break because we have a guest standing by who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club. So stay put. We'll be back in just a moment. Night, 7:30, 10 p.m. Saturday, one of the 7:30 show is sold out.
Of course.
But there's a Sunday show at 7 o'clock as well. Please welcome, she's been very, very busy, and we'll talk all about that. Give it up for Lunell this morning.
Yeah, do I have my... Okay, yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Lunell.
Oh, you playing a little Prince, so you noticed
I saw it.
my tattoo.
Yeah, you've got the Prince tattoo on your...
That's awesome.
the back
On
of
my
your hand.
microphone hand.
On your microphone hand.
Microphone, masturbation, whatever you want. What everybody uses hand for.
Whatever.
Can I say how impressed I am with your traffic report? Because that's a lot of wordage, honey. I haven't talked that fast since I, got off cocaine. My gosh. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Let's talk about your nails for a second there, because they are popping today.
As per usual.
Man.
I'm a nail aficionado, Swarovski crystals, the whole thing. Cardi didn't start this. I was doing this before you, Cardi. And but as I was saying before we went on air, I'm so excited to be back in a studio and not doing this on Zoom.
Right.
Sick of Zoom.
No.
Zoom and, just phoning in. I like to come in. I like radio. I've always loved radio.
You've done a lot of radio. Yeah.
I do a lot of radio. I like to do my press. Some comics or entertainers don't like to get up and do press, but I do.
But you know what? You've done enough radio where you know how to be a good guest. You're energetic and you bring it. And a lot of times, you understand it's the relationship is that we want to help promote you, and the people love to hear you on the show.
Doesn't it just bust your balls when you get some guest in here and they're a dry interview?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. And then they don't know, or maybe they do, that when they leave and you guys talk about them. It's like, what was that?
You know what, though? We've had a really good run, with obviously we have a good relationship with you and a number of other comedians that come in. You get the dynamic, and it's just fun. It's just hanging and we talk. I
love radio. I always have. I feel like this. This is what I remember about radio, and what I love about radio. Let's say you move into a new apartment, right? Back in the day, you didn't always get cable hooked up before you got an apartment. The only thing you had was radio.
Right.
When you're unpacking your boxes.
You're right. You're right.
Then also when you're like a lonely little loser and you're sitting home drinking on New Year's Eve because you don't have a date, you can always listen to the radio because the DJs make you feel like not such a big loser.
You have a friend on the other side.
You got a friend talking to you, baby.
Well,
I love
to that
radio.
point, we have a live DJ at WMMR around the clock. There's always a human voice live. No
Not
recording.
just play the tape and go.
Yeah, we're live 24/7. Live and local is our motto.
Live and local.
A lot of that has faded away from around the country, so we're pretty.
Well, I'm down for the live DJ.
Nice.
I like that. Thanks, guys.
You've been very busy, and I didn't mean to Preston to jump in, but you've been very busy. I saw you. My wife and I we love this show, Hacks. You made an appearance on. I'm like, I know her. She's awesome.
Yes, with Gene Smart.
Gene Smart's fantastic.
Yes. The lady that was my scene partner, that's Angela Gibbs. That's Marla Gibbs' daughter.
She was great. You guys were
Marla Gibbs
hilarious.
is getting her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame on Tuesday.
Oh, that's terrific.
Yeah.
And so you actually also, Caitlin Olsen's on that show, and you worked on It's Always Sunny as well.
Yes. So
it's wild, but you've been very busy, but getting back to stage stuff has got to be really cathartic and good, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I didn't do any of those Zoom comedy shows.
No parking lot things?
No, I don't. I don't do the parking lot thing. It's too loud. The police are gonna come. I'm a felon. I don't need no more interactions with the police. But I just waited. I did my YouTube show, Hey Lunell, that I do every Wednesday live, and that's on YouTube, and I, connected sort of that way. And also, it was a chronicle of what was going on. Yeah. Because I started the YouTube show right before the Ahmaud Arbery murder, which was followed by the George Floyd murder.
Right.
And, to radio, you talk about things. And with me doing the YouTube show, it's sort of like a time capsule of what was going on then. And then when it started to get better, and and I found myself, I had to pull myself out of what I was feeling to be entertaining, to give the people a breather.
That's
you know
what
I'm
we do.
saying?
No, we understand that completely. We stayed away from coronavirus and politics because people knew where to go if they wanted that.
I didn't stay away from it, but I limited it. And I realized I was going to a dark place. I had to lift myself back up so I could lift the people.
You also had the benefit if you just had stuff coming out all through, like Coming to America came out, which you were great in, by the way.
Thank you.
And you had actually just teased it the last time you were in on the show. You gave us some news about.
It took a year and a half,
I know.
for it to come out. I guess maybe I was starting to do it.
You rocked our world on that appearance because you came in and you gave us all sorts of indicators that there was going to be a big sort of old faces from the first one, and we were freaking out, and that was so cool. I was really happy with the way that came out.
Thank you.
Did you get to see the full thing yet? Because sometimes you don't get a chance.
Oh
to.
no, of course. But we did get gypped out of our premiere, however, during quarantine, because had we done a big Hollywood premiere, I'm sure there would have been giraffes and lions and tigers and bears and everything on Hollywood Boulevard. So we had to do it virtual. That sucked. Yeah. But it was still okay. The Amazon did a really great job in like sending stuff to the house so we could do, interviews and stuff like this, and we got all kind of crowns and liquor and all kind of fun stuff.
Well, I see you popping up in all sorts of stuff, and you seem to be like a really good. I mean, you're great. And I just started laughing at your character in Hacks because you just have a way about delivering your thing, and you're becoming that utility player that people come in and
I'm the go-to girl.
You're the go-to girl.
You know what? The thing about Always Sunny that's so funny is that I did that episode, and that episode was about catfishing somebody. Before the show Catfish started.
Right.
So, the phrase catfish was like new to everybody. And now if that plays again, people go, catfish.
Right, ahead of the curve. So being back up on stage and doing what you do, obviously you're traveling around. I log on to TMZ this morning, and who do I see? I see you talking about Cosby. I'm like, so... Yeah, of course, he was here. The prison was like a mile from Preston's house where she was. Yeah.
Right around the corner from where I live.
Did you go see him?
Listen, I would wave when I drive by, but I don't know if he saw me or not.
Well, he probably did, because what else he doing but looking out the window wishing he was free.
We talked about it on air. It blew our minds when he got out, and you were very candid to TMZ about it because he's supposed to go on tour, and that's...
Come on, Bill.
Yeah.
Right.
Listen. He can't sell a Jell-O pudding pop right now. He needs to sit down and enjoy the money that he's still got left.
Yeah, have a Coke and a smile and shut up.
Have a Coke and a smile and shut up, like Eddie said. Yes. I don't think that, and I told TMZ, like, I was saying, well, there's going to be, protesters. Yeah. But he won't be able to see him because isn't he blind?
Yeah.
So whatever.
Did you ever meet him?
But you're right.
Do you know him at all?
Of course I have met him.
And what was your personal experience with him like?
Well, when I met him, I felt like I met my dad.
Sure.
I love Bill Cosby.
Mm-hmm. He was the country's dad.
But this is before the Cosby Show. Yeah. Because I grew up on his albums as well. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I patterned my style of comedy from like him and Carlin and stuff, because I'm not a joke teller, I'm a storyteller.
Right.
And, I mean, come on. Yes, he painted a picture. You could see him as a kid. You could see them going to the horror movies and stuff like this and playing in the street and everything he described. It was just, he had a Midas touch. Everything he touched went through. I remember Bill Cosby back from I Spy.
I Spy. A lot of people don't remember, and this was before they would have HBO comedy specials in prime time on just a couple of regular television networks, no cable. They would give him an hour to do his stand-up on network. It was unheard of.
Yeah.
And then
he was everything. And then Cosby Show, of course, was, the Black Pride. That was our crowning jewel of television, and everybody loved it. And Felicia and the kids, and she was he was a doctor, she was a lawyer, and they lived very, great life and everything. We were very proud and loved that. And who knew that all the time he had a penchant for making love to cadaver like
Oh my God!
She said making love.
Right. Raping, is that what she said?
Oh, right.
But here's the deal to me. I do not think he should go on tour. I think he should just sit down and chill out, like OJ should have sat down and chilled out, but he didn't.
You're exactly right. And I've said that. It's almost like, you are out of jail when there is a tremendous amount of at least whatever evidence has been presented suggests you've been doing some very nefarious stuff. Just take it, take the win, go home and live the rest of your life.
Sit down
Right.
and watch sports. Sports is back.
But yeah, you remember OJ got in trouble, for all the whatever. It was sports memorabilia that he stole back, and that sent him to jail.
Oh, God, please don't mention OJ.
No, God.
Please. I brought him up, and I'm sorry I did that.
But you're right. Bill Cosby should just stay home.
Down.
Can I just talk about the art of comedy because I'll
please.
I want to bridge Cosby to yourself because I am in awe. I remember Bill Cosby himself. I was a kid when it came out, and it was just it was just a man on a stool with a microphone, and that's all he needed.
Yes.
And you're the same thing, except you're a woman on a stool with a microphone.
Yeah, but I got all kind of bells and whistles going on now.
You got those nails.
Yeah, and then I got a video that plays before my show that makes you think you're about to see Jesus. It's pretty awesome.
But you are everything. You're the pyrotechnic, and I'm just in awe. And I've always been in awe of what you do and what your contemporaries do.
Thank you.
It's because you're creating this stuff.
It's another level.
And as a woman, let me just speak on that.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand why a lot of men don't like female comics. Because a lot of female comics are just not that funny.
Right.
They're only funny to us, maybe to the chicks, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But to me, to really progress in this business, you got to be what we call guy funny. You got to be funny enough to where guys will come see you without a chick.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like two guys, yo, let's go see Lunel. And that's pretty rare.
But you are that.
Well, of course, me. I'm an icon, but I'm just talking about.
But it sucks when a guy is the punchline, right? Because so many times, a woman might be a punchline and a joke, and we think it's great. But when a guy is a punchline,
guys are absolutely punchline.
We start to feel attacked.
But they love it. Yeah, but I don't attack men. I love men. That comes across too. I'm not like, you man, you're trash. Take your bitter ass and go sit down somewhere, girl. But I said ass.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
But I just speak about things that have happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I speak on subjects that are universal to everyone, whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're old, whether you're young, whether you're gay or whether you're straight. All my material, first of all, is new. Everything that you're going to hear, you ain't never heard me say before.
Nice.
Because I think also, for any comics that are listening, if you're talking about any material that you talked about before COVID and this racial unrest and the political stuff that went on. If you're talking about anything before that, you are a hack and a loser. Go sit down.
Wow.
Because there's so many things that you should be speaking on as the soothsayer and the comic.
Well, it's funny because the show hacks, Jean Smart plays.
Yes.
And I wonder how much you connected to that because she is a comedian at a point in her life where she has a young comedian writer say you need to evolve to another level, and she deals with that. And I thought the show did a brilliant job.
Yes.
Did you think it was pretty accurate the way it portrayed that?
I did because I relate to Jean's character.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I thought they did a great job with showing that conflict of but this has been my bread and butter for a while, but am I being true to who I am?
You do need to evolve.
Yeah.
I spend a great deal of time on my social media, which if you want to follow me, anybody, slide in my DMs. Take a number, first of all. After I flashed the prisoners the other day on my Instagram, my boob, my DM is, take a number. But, I'm very interactive on my social media. I do talk back to the people. I try to answer almost, not everybody, but a lot of people. And, I put the little heart, let them know I read the comment or whatever, which I never even go back. I don't even know the part that I should know. Like if you said something to me and I said something back to you, I don't know how to go back and see if you said something back to me. I'm done.
You're done.
I'm done.
Maybe that's better, though. Yeah. Maybe that's better.
I don't have time for all that. Back and forth.
Do you laugh at the people, or at least do you stand back? Because we're looking at a lot of people now who are getting, between Chrissy Teigen and all this stuff, who have spent a lot of time commenting on social media, who are now getting bitten in the ass by it. And Preston pointed out, Chrissy Teigen was on, Twitter, she can't disconnect. She's like, she realizes this has been the center of the big blow up with stuff that's going on her, and yet she still can't walk away from it for a while.
John Legend don't have no control of his woman. He need to have control of his woman. No, well, see, it's all about your image.
Yeah.
See, my image is the original bad girl of comedy.
Right.
So I can say whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want, and I'm not worried about being canceled or anything like that. I don't worry about that. Chrissy Teigen is a mom. She got young kids. She's married to the legend, John Legend, who's, marching and doing this and writing songs for glory and, and all that kind of stuff. And so she can't really get away with saying, she got to stay sort of in the middle ground.
Right.
But I can say stuff like, Bill Cosby need to sit down and shut up. And nobody's going to say nothing to me. And if they do, I give 0 FUKZ.
Right. Well, they're coming to you for that.
Well, that is what they come to me for. And see, I was mentored by the late Paul Mooney, people like that, who put the ucks in not giving, And so I just feel like you can't have the free bastion of stand-up comedy when everybody regulates you on TV, they regulate you in the movies, you're regulated. But you're not. There is no regulation for comedians.
Right.
Also, just as an insight, there's no health care. There's no union for comics at all.
Yeah.
Like comics don't have anybody to fight for them if a club owner does something bad to you. You have to go into acting to belong to a union.
To give you protection.
Clowns got a union.
Right.
But comics don't have one.
Lynell, I remember years ago, and I did stand up, and I forget who I was talking to. The comedians attempted to have a union, but it didn't work.
The club owners don't want you to have a union.
They don't. Yeah.
No, and you'll never win.
Yeah.
They started that way back when Mitzi Shore, at the Comedy Store, and they were going to walk out, and she said, I don't care.
Yeah.
There's 50 people waiting down the street to take your spot. Go. Goodbye. Not paying you nothing.
Right.
And that's when we didn't get no money. I didn't even see, when I started doing comedy, I didn't do it because I thought there'd be money 30 years down the line.
Right.
I did comedy because I'm the 8th of 8 kids. I had stuff to say, and it keeps me from punching and stabbing somebody if I can get on the mic and talk about it, because it's sort of like my church and my area.
Right.
And then shows like Comic View and Def Jam came along, gave more exposure to black comedians nationally on the television, and then things started, the ball started rolling after that. But there wasn't no money, baby. I think you might could get $20, and you might get a drink, or you might have to buy your drink out of that $20. There was none of that stuff.
Was there a point where you were on stage?
I see you, young man. Young man, I'm going to call on you next.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my hand's up.
Casey had his hand up. I wanted to ask you.
I just want to remind you that Lunell is going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight, 7:30, 10, Saturday at 10 p.m. and Sunday at 7. So go ahead.
No problem.
Baby.
I wanted to ask you, was there a point, so to that point, where you were on stage and you thought to yourself, I've made it. I have the power that I've been seeking, or I have a name that I can market, and that I've reached another level.
No,
you still don't have it.
No,
because it's funny, because I always point to that Joan Rivers documentary, and here's
one of my idols.
The whole career, and even up to the end, she's looking at open dates in her book, and she's nervous.
She said, if I don't have this calendar filled up, she feels very, very.
Yeah, is that you?
Yeah, that's me too. Because that is our income.
Yeah.
Like this Corona, my savings went to hell.
Yeah.
Because I never even pictured in the 30 years I've been doing stand-up, I never pictured, take a year off. What? What?
Yeah. Right.
And use all your savings. That's not, and nobody ever says to you, why don't you take a couple weeks? You're looking kind of tired. They'll work you to death if you don't space some time for yourself. No, they don't. Club owners don't care. They want the money, and a lot of comics don't care neither. They want the money too. Like I'm doing 5 shows. There's comics that will do 8 or 10 or 11.
Yeah.
They're crazy and they're greedy and they're egotistical and they want that money and they get it. Yeah. Now I want money too, but I'm not gonna
kill yourself.
Yeah, 50 Cent said get rich or die trying. He didn't say get rich and die trying.
Either or.
So I feel like I, am just now getting the money that I deserve. And I feel like that I'm getting the respect that I have earned.
It seems to be.
And I feel like I'm getting a lot of recognition and stuff. But, I built this before social media.
Right.
I built this. I've never had a show. I've never done a special. I've never, I've only done 2 tours of my own. And I've only been on 1 tour, and that was with Cat Williams.
That's wild.
So I've done all this. This is all work from the people. The people is what made me, not the industry.
No, it's wild. It gives you security, too, on one level.
Yeah, that's why I can't be canceled, because, the millennials can cancel me, but the OGs be like, get out of here. We love Lou now.
The OGs.
Well, my question is actually very similar to Steve's, because I wanted to ask about, was there a particular stage that you had ever taken that you thought, oh, wow, I can't believe I'm
absolutely,
standing
when
here.
I was on tour with Cat Williams, for sure.
Okay. Any particular venue in particular that you were at?
Okay, I did Madison Square Garden with Tracy Morgan, because she does an April Fool's show every year. I did that. That was amazing. I did, NJ Pack, New Jersey Performing Arts Center, when I was with Crazy Wendy Williams, and we did shows out there. And then, of course, with Cat, we were doing, theaters and arenas and all that kind of stuff. And look for him to come back real soon, by the way.
Really?
Is doing MSG kind of, is that too big? I mean, because like Kevin Hart played, the Link here.
Who?
Local guy. Did the Link. And I mean, that's at some point, I think it's too big for comedy. You know what I mean?
Well, I do prefer a more intimate setting, actually, for me, like to tape a special. I'll do a theater. Like a theater, 3,000. Yeah. You can do that, you know, and under. But when it gets to be 13,000 and 15,000, like, are you really that tough that you can hold it? Nobody gonna go to the bathroom? Nobody going out to the car to smoke a little weed? You can hold everybody's attention.
It's funny you bring that up, because I forget who I was just watching. It was a comedy special. It was a large arena. And the way the camera was from behind the comedian towards the stage, when people would go to the bathroom, you'd see way up in the back of on my TV screen, a door would open up. It was so distracting, you know?
Well,
and I can't imagine that.
I won't be shooting my special that way.
Yeah.
The camera will never leave me when I shoot my special.
Are there going to be plans for a special? Are you working on that, or?
There's a guy named Dave Chappelle who
I heard of him.
has recently taken interest to me.
Nice.
And we're working on something to
Can you were both in A Star Is Born.
Yes,
that's right. And he was great. You were great.
Comics in there. There's Eddie Griffin.
Dice.
Can you tell him I said hi?
Who, Dice?
No, Dave Chappelle.
Oh, I'll tell him, yeah.
Please, I just want him to hear my name, Casey, at some point.
Casey.
Casey, and he'll be like,
he said hi.
We had him on the show years ago. He used to come on a long time, and we understand. I mean, the world is now, embraced Dave Chappelle. So, but he would come on pretty often, and he was always great.
He's a great man.
Yeah.
And he's got it all figured out, Like he's in Yellow Springs, Ohio, minding his business, living on his land and having a ball.
Right.
And when I saw his special, I never thought that I'd be on that stage, but I have been, his latest special.
Right, which is amazing.
Yes, it was amazing. And, this way he's able to walk around and sit at the bar and have some drinks with the locals. His children can walk around and, not be harassed. And basically he's away from the paparazzi, which is what he does not want in his face every single moment of every single meal of every single day. Mm-hmm. And then he flies in who he want to mess with and flies him back out. So.
Yeah, he's got the power. I wanted to ask you, because of that tattoo, with the Prince tattoo, did you ever get to meet Prince?
Oh. And I know like 5 people that worked for him. He got like a lot of his maybe background singers and stuff from Oakland, where I was raised. Sheila E's from Oakland. Larry Graham is from Oakland.
Right.
Yeah, Rosie Gaines is from Oakland. and he had Bonnie Boyer, and she's from Oakland. So he liked, you know, he liked what he liked, and I was hoping that maybe, but I don't know what there's not very many people that make me faint, and everybody knows that I love Bruno, and Bruno and I have a little relationship, Bruno Mars. But if I met Prince, I'm pretty sure that there'd be a puddle on the floor. I'd just be like, Purple Rain. I just darling Nikki. It's so beautiful. I don't know what I would do. I just don't know what I would do. I'd probably kiss his hand like a king. I don't know.
Have you been to the house at least?
I haven't been to Paisley, but I'm planning on going.
Okay. Yeah, they've opened it up for tours and things like that.
Yeah, I'll be the one that they have that they'll see on the camera trying to hide.
They're dragging you out.
And say, where's the elevator? I want to get on the elevator. You know, so I'll be the one trying to hide in the kitchen or behind the wardrobe or something like that. I'll set off all the alarms. I'll be the last one out.
No, I hear you. A lot of people feel. I mean,
I'm still trying to get upstairs at Graceland. You know, I'm trying to use my pool. I'm going now. Right? Let me go upstairs. Let me see the King's bathroom. And they was like, no, I'm sorry. You can't go upstairs. I'm like, let me go to the top of the stairs. So I have to watch the Elvis stuff on YouTube to get.
Are you a big Elvis fan as well?
You've done that tour, the Graceland tour?
I have done Graceland.
It's great. Yeah.
It's pretty daggone
Do you ever go to
amazing.
you see the jet, the TCB jet?
Of course.
Yeah, the museum
and then
across
where
the
you
street.
had the horses, and then the office, and back in all, and you see all these gold records. You've been, obviously.
I have. It's not that. It's not massive, you know.
No, the house
but
is
it
small.
was for that time.
Absolutely,
And that's a lot of land, you know.
Yeah.
And it just was like the whole Elvis phenomenon. My God,
I love it. What's your favorite? This is Elvis. Is that your favorite Elvis documentary?
I love Elvis live from Las Vegas.
That's great.
You know, and then now that, and I had, I hope I'm going back, a residency in Las Vegas at the Jimmy Kimmel Comedy Club, which is behind the Link. It's under that big Ferris wheel in Vegas.
Right.
And I'm there every Sunday night at 10 p.m. Now, we haven't gone back to work. Vegas is open, but Kimmel's hasn't opened his thing. But, you know, people used to get the connotation of going to Vegas is where you go to die. Going to Vegas is where you are when you're almost washed up and you grab it. But not no more. Hell, Usher's out there.
Yep.
You know, Boys to Men are out there. Bruno's out there. Bruno's there.
Bruno's pretty heavenly.
Bruno's there. And did I mention it, Bruno? Yeah, Bruno's there. And, you know, and I'm there. And so it's really, really popping, Vegas. It's great. And with the Elvis, you know, I'm just a Rat Pack chick. I'm a Rat Pack chick.
I love it. I love. So I was there. I was there just a little while before they blew up the Sands, and I got to walk around the grounds of that hotel, go to the theater, which still had all these pictures and memorabilia from the Rat Pack performing on stage. I mean,
well, the SLS that's there now used to be, what was it? It used to be another hotel.
Okay.
But that was the hotel that the Rat Pack used to perform at.
Right.
So I was in another showroom, like Eddie Griffin, Monique, myself, we were doing another show, another showroom, but the security took me into the room that the Rat Pack used to perform on stage at, and I have pictures there. And it was just so nostalgic for me, you know. I mean, I see all that whack stuff like Tony Orlando. I go see, because I made a movie with Tony.
That's my boy. Yeah. Wait, what happened with the tennis balls?
Listen, that was. I'm trying to think. You know, I've done some pretty inappropriate stuff. Like, like that's my boy. My tits were out for the whole movie, and they had to sew me in these horrendous stripper outfits. It was. Remember, I was upside down on the pole.
How could anyone forget that you were upside down on the pole?
Eating scrambled eggs and drinking. I blew orange juice out my nose for like 6 months.
That's one of my that we love. That is such a junk food movie.
People, if you have not seen That's My Boy, Adam Sandler's That's My Boy, it's my, you know, I'm surprised I didn't get an NAACP award for that. But
Susan Sarandon, Vanilla Ice,
everybody's
in Tony Orlando,
Sierra, Todd Bridges.
Oh yeah.
James Caan.
Will Forte's in it.
Will Forte. Like a lot.
It's full of it. It's got you. It's got incest. It's got everything you want. Yeah.
It's got geriatric love. Remember? Oh my God! Remember him with the tissue? And the tissue was up on the ceiling fan. Somebody help me, Jesus! I don't know. And so you take that and you put Borat in the mix too.
Oh
and
my God!
That's why I'm the go-to girl.
You're
You know, like if they say, "Okay, we need somebody to jump off of a building into a vat of Jello." Can we get Gabrielle Union? No, she ain't gonna do it. Can we get Taraji? No. Linnell will do it. And they come at me with that money. I'm like, "Where's the damn Jello? Where's the Jello at? Somebody."
Hey, you're awesome, man. That's great.
I am just very glad to be back on stage.
Yeah.
I'm glad
We're happy
see
to
the
have you.
people, and I'm glad to be back here in Philly, and I'm gonna go eat after this. And the people have been amazing, and I'm just glad to be back out. If I gotta wear the damn mask, I wear the damn mask. My mask was beautiful. You didn't even see it. I got beautiful masks.
Well, the people are trying to get the bid to go out and see live stuff. They're
come see
shows
me,
They're going to
honey.
sell out quickly.
Yeah,
though,
get
so
the
make
tickets
sure.
because Saturday's 7:30 show already sold out, but there's a 10 o'clock show, and then you got a 7:30.
The other ones are almost
today.
sold out.
Okay, yeah, so they're close. But a Sunday show, which is
Yes,
cool too.
the Sabbath.
At 7 on the
The
Sabbath.
show I do on the Sabbath. Oh boy. Go take communion and then come and sin with me and go back to church next week. You have something to talk about.
You'll need to confess, I'm sure.
Not me, but they might.
They might. All right.
I'm not confessing to nothing.
Linnell, we love you. Thanks for coming by here today. Have a good time in the city this weekend.
Thank you, Preston.
Absolutely, darling.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, traffic lady, with your amazing speech about traffic.
Let's give some love to Linnell, guys. Linnell, heliumcomedy.com.
At Lunell on Instagram.
Love
Yes.
you. All right, we'll take a break and be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All night.
title she was introduced to play, but let's see if you know. We'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And let's get those stories you got, Steve. What's up?
Well, believe it or not, Tiger King Joe Exotic is already fielding acting offers now that he is more than likely to get released from prison early. Exotic is reportedly very interested in a remake of Seven, in which the lead detective has 7 teeth.
Oh, my God.
Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez were spotted house hunting in the very upscale Holmby Hills section of L.A. Lopez is reportedly looking for an on-premises dance studio, while Affleck requires a subterranean cave in which to store a crime-fighting arsenal.
Yes.
Hey! And finally, Lamar Odom being sued by a leasing company for money owed on a 2017 Chevy Suburban. Odom says it's all a misunderstanding, and is there a door in the back he can run out of? And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty, we're going to see if we can get ourselves an answer to today's lesson question. Which song did Kathy not play at her piano recital in elementary school? It's Jerry who's going to take a stab at this. Hey, Jerry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, it.
All right, good morning, Jerry. What song was it?
I Touch Myself.
You got it. Hang on, Jerry. For you, we have a digital download of Quiet Place Part 2, starring Emily Blunt, and it is available now on digital with exclusive bonus content, including director John Krasinski's deeper look into the world of A Quiet Place. It's in stores on 4K Ultra HD and Blu-ray July 27th, rated PG-13, and that is from Paramount Pictures. Want to mention this before we go on to music news. We are soliciting for people to be a part of a contest. It's called the Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts. And we're delving into the world of Harry Potter. So, this is mainly for bragging rights, but if you have said that you could go toe-to-toe with anybody when it comes to the knowledge of Harry Potter and that world, that universe, then you need to let us know about it. You can go to PrestonandSteve.com, and it's just to settle all the conflicts out there of I'm the best at
what it takes.
So we've done this with the Rocky franchise and with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So this involves the books and the films.
Yes.
The main books and films. The first 7 books, the 8 movies. And all you need to do is tell us why you're an expert. And whichever one speaks to us, whichever 2 entries that we get that speaks to us, then we will invite you to come in and battle it out.
And we're stressing not a passing interest. You have to be a real deal fanatic.
Yep, you live it. So we want you to do that, and we are going to eventually, where's my little info sheet here? I'm trying to figure out when we are doing it.
The 29th is when we're going to do it. We'll have that in studio. You must be vaccinated in order to come in. That's just building rules, station rules. So you have to have a vaccination in order to be in the studio with us that morning. But like Steve said, if you're a casual fan, don't even bother entering. You got to be a legit fan because these questions are going to be hard.
Yeah, like the real deal, you can beat anybody type of fan. So keep that in mind. The 29th is when that's going to be. Deadline to get that into us is the 26th.
You know what?
So a week from Monday.
I'm going to bring one of my wands in that day. I have a whole bunch of them.
I have one too. We got a few of them. Yeah, let's all bring our wands in.
Harry Potter.
Might even have some extras so we can
I'll even wear a robe like Harry. They're one of those.
I have a robe too.
Cloak.
Yeah.
All right.
And then can you draw a lightning bolt on my head?
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe dressing up like Dumbledore.
All right. So you can get signed up. Do it now. Let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Sometimes I wonder if I have ovaries in my scrotum.
A lot of music news today. Whole bunch of stuff. We're going to start with the one I teased a moment ago. Blink-182's Mark Hoppus says that his cancer is diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. Which is the same that his mother had, and she beat it. She had also beat breast cancer twice.
Okay.
So that's a good track record to be
absolutely
genetically a part of.
All right.
Last month, he had announced that he was undergoing chemotherapy treatment and now says that his cancer is not bone-related, it's blood-related.
All right.
In a YouTube video, he told fans that he's having problems with his memory due to the chemotherapy and referred to it as chemo brain. As he posted, he mentioned that he was going in for a PET scan this past Wednesday. and would find out if the chemotherapy was working or not. At last check of his Twitter account on Thursday evening, he had not posted an update on his test results. Instead, he wrote, "Chemotherapy gives me hiccups." So we know what kind it is. We know he's getting the proper treatment, and we'll see how that bodes for him.
My dad has had a few different types of cancers. Fortunately, he's doing well right now, and he has had chemo brain in the past. It really messes with you and when you're going through it. However, and I say this with all due love and respect, I think he uses it as an excuse sometimes.
Ah, really?
He's like, I forgot to get that thing done or do this thing, and he blames chemo brain. And I'm like, you can't blame cancer and chemo brain for not remembering your keys.
That's like the cop out when people say, "Senior moment."
Yeah,
senior moment.
Sure,
No?
Dad.
The future of Stone Temple Pilots is still up in the air, according to a new interview with bass player Robert DeLeo. When asked what's next, he said, "We're still trying to figure it out. These are interesting times. The people that are in the business of entertainment are the last kind of shove off, are the last to kind of shove off on what we used to be doing. We're kind of at the mercy of the hands of this pandemic and seeing where this all takes us. I'm hopeful to see what's going to happen here and hopefully see the light at the end of the tunnel." The next release for STP is the 25th anniversary issue of Tiny Music Songs from the Vatican Gift Shop, which will be released on the 23rd. The 3-disc, 1 LP deluxe edition features a remastered version of the original album, alternate versions, and mixes of several songs and a complete concert as well. Imagine Dragons have released a music video for their latest single. It's called Wrecked. The clip, like the song itself, finds lead vocalist Dan Reynolds in a confessional visual and exploration of grief. So that's what's happening.
Bless me, Father, for I have...
Reynolds wrote Wrecked after losing his sister-in-law to cancer in 2019.
Oh, boy.
He also teased an acoustic version of the song, which was recorded from the set of the Wrecked music video. Fozzy debuted a new song, and that's called The Vulture Club. And they did it during their concert on Wednesday night at Wildwood in Iowa City, Iowa. The band also performed their latest single called Sane live for the first time. Both songs will be featured on Fozzy's upcoming, it says, which, according to Chris Jericho, will continue.
That means it's extra upcoming.
With the momentum that the Judas started. Never mind.
You need to understand that this isn't just upcoming, it's upcoming.
When is that upcoming coming out?
It's upcoming.
Okay.
Oh.
Set for release on October on October 21st is Judas Priest 50 Heavy Metal Years of Music, a new limited edition box set which includes every official live and studio album to date, plus 13 unreleased tracks. Out now is a previously unreleased live track recorded on June 21st, 1986 at the Summit in Houston. And it's Hellion/Electric Eye from the Turbo Fuel for Life tour. A Reflections edition on the box set will also be available to purchase in CD and 2 LP format.
We're looking at a picture of this collection. I mean, oh my God, the stuff that's available. If you're these collections that come out with these every single this and every single that and artwork and everything. I mean, if you're a fan of Judas Priest, I don't know why you would not get this.
Yep. Coming to PBS tonight is the first part of a 6-week series titled Icon, Music Through the Lens, which sheds new light on the world of rock photography. Best Classic Bands reported the series will run each Friday through August 13th. The show airs at 9 p.m. on PBS, pbs.org, and the PBS video app. You can check our local listings for stations and times. Among the famed photographers featured are Jill Faramanovsky, Mick Rock, Danny Clinch.
Ooh, I love Danny Clinch.
Terry O'Neill, Henry Diltz, Bob Gruen, Rachel Wright, Deborah Feingold, Laura Levine, I think, Baron Woolman, Neil Preston, and Lynn Goldsmith. So there have been obviously iconic photos of musicians throughout the years, and especially in the world of rock music. So that'll be pretty cool.
Pierre's kind of friendly with Henry Diltz, too. He shot the cover of CSN. They're hanging outside. Pierre's had Henry on the show several times. He's a great photographer as well, as you would imagine.
Nice, and I saved this for last. This is great. Premiering,
you can imagine.
Premiering tonight on Hulu is the Paul McCartney, Rick Rubin docuseries titled McCartney 3 2, and 1.
3.
Yes.
2.
The 6.
1 and 2 and 3.
The 6-part limited series finds the former Beatle and famed record producer discussing all aspects of his 60-year career. Paul and Ruben serve as two of the project's executive producers, with the series being directed by Zachary Heinzerling.
And so there I was in front of Kenny Knight. And I'm completely nervous, and he was wonderful.
I'm sure he remembers every moment of that interview. So that's on, that starts tonight, which is really cool. I'm looking forward to seeing that. And that is all I have in music news for you. All right, so one more break to take, and then we come back, give away our Word of the Week prize, wrap it up, hand it over to Pierre. We'll be back in a second with that, so make sure you stay close.
He did it.
Or he told somebody to take care of it. But whatever he
Either
did,
way.
I'm the sick hero you need.
action was taken, and I got to give some love to the sick Matt Cowper. And we'll give some love to Casey because he posted a picture of himself with his bare hiney showing on Instagram.
I love it so much.
Just to show up Greg Murphy because they are battling for it's the Bend to the Shore bike trip.
Bike tour.
And there's only like a grand, like $1,000 difference, right, between you guys?
Well, I'm trying my hardest right now, and so he posted a picture of him in a Phillies suit yesterday. How do I compete? They only gave me half of the suit.
Right.
So
Yeah, so he only wore half of the suit.
Right.
What are you gonna do?
It's not fair. So I just, you work with what you got, right? And that's
sold
what I
it,
did.
man.
Yeah.
You're going to bury him with these pictures. And the picture of you on the trike
Oh my God.
is phenomenal as well.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Pierre's
like to
experiencing this for the first time. What?
People like to point out the toe point, or I don't even know what you would call that.
It's good. That makes your calf muscle pop.
It's the calf raise.
Wait, did you do that on purpose?
I don't know. I have no idea. What I wish I would have done was
Oh my God, I
maybe
never even noticed that.
suck my gut in a little bit.
By the way, Pierre, that's my wife's trike.
Okay.
And it was a gift for her that I gave, and Casey brought it over. That's at our shore house. And
Did you drive it over like that?
No. We put it on the back of a trailer, me and Chuck, and then Chuck and I, Chuck went in the other room while I disrobed, and then he came back in, and then it didn't dawn on me until a little bit later on that Preston has security cameras all over his house. I was like,
Wait, so could you see it, Preston?
no, there's not one inside the garage. It's outside of the garage.
You would have been after my garage. There is.
Wait, and also Chuck left while you disrobed. Like, really, at that point, is it necessary?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, Chuck took the photo then, right?
He did.
There's
He
no
did.
photo credit.
No, but you know what? You're right. I should do that. But yes, the photo I took last night, I did with the timer. So
okay,
I was a photographer as well.
We're seeing more and more and more of Casey.
If you want to see less and less, help me raise $10,000.
That's the bargain, right? You will make sure that you don't have to endure this if you just donate, and I'm going to donate today.
I'm going to donate too.
Thank you. Thank you. Link is in my bio on Instagram, or if you go to Twitter, you can click on the link there.
Excellent.
And also thank you to the sponsors, because we, Team WMMR, wouldn't be able to do this without the help of Michelob Ultra. Our friend John Dorenzi from Penn Distributors.
He's great.
Huge help. So Michelob Ultra, Keswick Cycle jumped in this year. Pinocchio Pizza and Pinocchio's Pizza Media and Headstrong have been there since the beginning. So thank you to those guys. And I have some stuff coming up with Pinocchio's and Michelob Ultra specifically over the next month or so. It's
going to be sick.
All right. We're going
Thank you, guys.
to see if we can get a winner, and we are looking for caller number 6, and caller number 6 is Jody. Hi, Jody.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Jody, do you know what the word of the week is?
I hope it's bees.
La-di-da-di-da-di-da. Oh, bees!
That's it. You got it. And Jody, for you, we have a great prize for you. We've got $500 courtesy of Sony Pictures Escape Room Tournament of Champions. We're also going to give you a 10-person private escape room at each of the 4 rooms at Bates Escape Rooms. Yeah, in Westchester and Fandango. Gift cards for all of you to see the film. It's an $1,850 total prize value for you.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Now, Casey, I'll donate.
Thank you.
Hang on a second, Jody. We'll get your information. And don't forget, it's from Sony Pictures Escape Room Tournament of Champions, which is exclusively in movie theaters today. What's up on your show today, Pierre?
Well, we've got more tickets for the Hooters for the second evening, the 22nd and 23rd. It'll be Saturday the 23rd, plus a workforce block of the Hooters. Just went on sale a short while ago, KeswickTheater.com. We have workforce blocks of Live and Elton John, and we'll prime the pump for our Super Segway weekend at various points during the program with some fun segues. You've been hearing the promo, and I've got a great one coming up in the coffee break shortly, in fact.
Very cool.
Just those little connective tissues in songs, either through the title or the moment in the song.
Is there a way to tease one you have coming up without giving it away?
It has to do with temperatures of the female species.
Oh, I got an idea.
Vaginal temperature.
Yes.
Well,
No.
No?
Okay.
It has to do with temperatures.
Okay.
Oh.
And females.
And females. All right. Well, we'll find out what it is in a little while.
We will very shortly.
I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram City. They're kicking off summer by giving you more money for your trade, so hurry in. And also by Polar Seltzer, refreshingly natural Polar Seltzer. Next week on our program, amongst other things, by the way, we'll be off on Monday, just giving you a heads up on that. So it's going to be a 4-letter word of the week prize next week. But our friend Derek Pitts is going to be joining us.
Awesome.
And he is from the Franklin Institute.